Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Thompson, Deputy Mayor and City Councillor, and I'm the chair of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee. The committee secretary has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to call meeting number 7 of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee to order. And I'd like to wish everyone a great morning and good morning to everyone and welcome to today's meeting. It's Monday. We're awake. We're alive. We can now take on the task and responsibility that is ours to do. As they say in many areas, nothing for us without us. And so this is the without us piece that we're part of this group working to ensure that things are better for all. This meeting is being held using the city's WebEx technology with members and staff connecting by video conferencing or calling in. Because we are meeting remotely, we ask for your patience, and sometimes that patience is tested. With any of the delays and technical issues, members of the public can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. We have no registered public speakers today. I would also like to remind all staff and invited participants to keep your mics muted and your videos turn off unless you are there to address the committee. This will make it much easier for me as the chair and for those who are watching YouTube to see the members as we debate and or vote on an agenda item. Members, I'd like to ask you to please keep your mics again muted unless you wish to question staff or to speak on an item. If members wish to ask questions of staff, please make sure that your video is turned on or your hands are raised, or unmute your microphone and indicate your intention to speak. I will create a speakers list and then we'll call upon those persons as their term come about. When voting on an item or a motion, I would ask members to turn on your videos and raise your hands to indicate your vote. If there is a recorded vote, I will ask you to state in favor or opposed to the specific item. Members, I want to remind you that although we are participating remotely, we must still submit our motions in writing. The city clerk staff are available to help you at cabrc@toronto.ca to help with any motions that you may wish to move. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee acknowledges the land we are meeting on is the traditional territories of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. And it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. Are there any declaration of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? And I'm just going to watch the screen to see if I see anyone with their hands raised. Okay, I see none, but if you would like to declare an interest, please indicate the item number and the nature of your interest. This is a formality that I have to read out. When declaring an interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, members are also required to file a written declaration with the clerk. The clerk staff can provide you with necessary forms which you should complete and submit before the end of the meeting each time you declare an interest. All right, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes of the committee's last meeting, which was on April 1st? Vice Chair Betty is moving the item and the confirmation of the minutes. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Members, we will now proceed to do the rundown of the agenda. So the first item on the agenda is item CR 7.1, consultation on the city's city official plan and expanding housing opportunities and neighborhood initiatives. The second item is CR 7.2, current economic development initiatives at the City of Toronto. Item number 3 is CR 7.3, response to systemic anti-Black racism in education and newcomer support. The next item is item CR 7.4, approaches to curb anti-Black racism in schools. And then the final item, which is CR 7.5, engagement with the United Nations Permanent Forum for People of African Descent. All right, so I will now go back to the first item, which is the consultation on the city's official plan and expanding housing opportunities in neighborhoods initiative. We have two amazing members of our city staff. In fact, they're all amazing that are here with us today. So we have the all-star cast from the city. The first of the two presenters that are part of this particular item is Lillian D'Souza, who is the coordinator engagement and special project. And we then have, from this, and Lillian's with the chief planner's office, and that's Greg Lintern's office. And then we have Jeff Cantos, manager, official plan, city planning. They're here with us today to present members of the committee with an overview as to the work that the city is doing with respect to its official plan and its efforts in terms of expanding housing opportunities in neighborhoods throughout the city. So Lillian and Jeff, thank you so much for being with us this morning, and you both have the floor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, members of the committee. It's our honor to be here to present to you. We're going to give you a short slide deck. When I say short, we'll do our best to keep it at 10 minutes, and we would be happy to take your questions afterwards. My colleague Kyle will be sharing his screen. Can you all hear me okay? Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we're going to give you an overview on two planning programs that are happening at the moment, one being the Our Plan Toronto, which is the municipal comprehensive review of our official plan, and the expanding housing options in neighborhoods program. Okay, next slide, please. So I won't belabor the point, but we, the city, are nestled in a region that we call the Greater Golden Horseshoe region, which is also nestled within the province of Ontario. And in doing so, on the next slide, land use planning also needs to be nestled in from matters of provincial interests. On the next slide. At the top are the matters of provincial interest to regional growth as it relates to that Greater Golden Horseshoe area, to the citywide vision, which is the official plan. And then from there, it stems into the more micro, which are local area studies, area-specific implementation, like the zoning bylaw, and then very site-specific precision, like zoning bylaw standards, how tall a building is, the setbacks, etc. So the official plan, somewhere in the middle of this nestling, is the city planning's document that acts as Toronto's roadmap for land use matters. It sets out our shared and long-term vision, our shared values, policies that help guide decision-making on land development, economic growth, the environment, and more. It is an important document that helps direct where different types of development should and should not go. On the next slide, we are also taking into consideration in reviewing the official plan, Council's recent adoption of the Reconciliation Action Plan. So in Chapter 1 of our official plan, as we review it, we've put forward and we're consulting on new draft directions and principles. And some of our key principles at the beginning of our official plan is that the OP, the official plan, should recognize the importance and purpose of land acknowledgement so that it doesn't become just words that people can actually reflect. The official plan should also seek to amplify Indigenous voices in planning processes, early, often, and frequent. The OP should deepen understanding of contemporary urban Indigenous realities and experience. And we, in the official plan, should continue to identify opportunities for Indigenous placemaking and placekeeping initiatives in new development. Again, that's taken from the recently council adopted Reconciliation Action Plan. And on the next slide, the other thing that we're doing with the official plan is that we're starting to think about new principles, the new vision statement for the city into 2051, as we're required to do by the province. And so our draft vision statements are these three following, and I'll go through one by one. The first one being that the official plan should, on the next slide, seek to eliminate disparities experienced by Torontonians. And we know full well that post-pandemic recovery and rebuild efforts need to acknowledge that the lived experience vary among Torontonians. And we need to challenge orthodoxies to look for outcome directions that meaningfully work to reduce disparities and build up social cohesion. And on the next slide, the official plan must prioritize climate change action and sustainability towards net zero by 2040. We do acknowledge that climate change is one of the planet's biggest challenges, and we also need to prioritize Indigenous worldviews and land protection and Indigenous community that enhance climate resiliency. And lastly, as part of the vision statement, we would like the official plan to be the roadmap for Toronto to become the most inclusive city in the world. We know that Toronto will continue to grow in population and jobs, and we know that the city will continue to welcome newcomers to Canada. And we need to plan for being the most inclusive city. And on the next slide, in order to get there, in order to get this vision of 2051, there's some that we've laid out some draft for consultation, successful city building principles that include access, equity, and inclusion. So access means improving access to many facets of daily life, including transit, affordable housing, a place to work, equity. And as we talk about applying the equity lens, we try to help define it and what it means. And for us in the official plan, it will mean identifying and removing barriers for the city's most marginalized and vulnerable communities for achieving transformative change. The status quo, we don't believe, for 2051 should be our goal. And lastly, inclusion, creating a safe and inclusive city for all Torontonians and ensure that we've got pathways to prosperity as well. Just a couple more slides. Next slide, please. And so we have some upcoming meetings. We are going to Planning and Housing Committee with Environment and Climate Change policies final. We'll be going to the July 5th Planning and Housing Committee on what are called major transit station areas, on our employment areas. And then we're going to continue our engagement and consultation throughout the summer. And into 2023, when City Council resumes, we'll be coming with final reports on the Chapter 1 amendments to the official plan, along with other items. And next slide. On our project website, we have our dates for upcoming meetings for members of the public to register. And I think from here on in, I pass it over to my colleague, Lillian. Lillian, over to you.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Great. Thank you so much, Jeff. All right. I will also try to keep to my 5 minutes so that we can conclude our presentation within 10 minutes. So just on the next slide, I want to start off by talking about what exactly we mean when we say the missing middle, or what we mean when we talk about the expanding housing options and neighborhoods program. So the missing middle refers to the housing forms that range in duplexes to the low-rise apartments. So all of the yellow highlighted boxes that you see there, they are distinct from the mid-rises and the tall buildings that you see. And they can also include detached accessory suites, such as the laneway suites and garden suites. And when we say missing, they aren't exactly missing in the city. About 30% of Toronto's residents live in one form of this housing or the other, but they are missing from where they're newly built in the city. Only 1% of all new construction in the city is in these forms of housing, and this is what our program, EHON, is looking to change. So on the next slide, I also just want to talk about where this falls along the housing spectrum, acknowledging that there is a housing need and spectrum for people at different stages of their lives and ages. And so for EHON, we anticipate that the results of this program will result in new rental housing primarily, and primarily market-driven rental housing in the low-rise forms that you see circled in yellow there. However, there is an affordable rental component as well, where the city does provide grants to homeowners to build new forms of missing middle housing, to build new forms of low-rise housing, and then provide those units at affordable below market rents. So on the next slide, I just want to talk about the where of the piece. And then this goes back to the official plan. And this is where really we are tied up with the work that Jeff and Kyle are doing on our Plan Toronto. So in the bottom left of your screen, you see the official plan map, which speaks of the different land uses across the city. And if you were to take our city and break it up into 100 blocks, you'll see that about 35% of the city, or 35 of those blocks, are comprised of the neighborhoods, the low-rise neighborhoods where the official plan talks about it being stable but not static. And then you have the other, when you run out of the roads that don't have land use designations, you have the parks and the natural areas, as well as the employment areas in purple. And then at the bottom here, you'll see 5 blocks that are red, and those are the mixed-use areas, which have seen a lot of the growth and have absorbed a lot of the growth that Toronto has seen over the past couple of years. So when you compare that to the 35% that we have available, this is where EHON is really looking to expand growth and see how neighborhoods can accommodate future growth in the city. The next slide has a bigger map that shows just exactly how big the 35% land area is. And then when you net out all of the other uses on the next slide, you'll see that this is exactly what we're talking about, the opportunity that's available through the Expanding Housing Options and Neighborhoods program. And then on the next slide, what I wanted to also acknowledge and recognize is that the Toronto's neighborhoods have a history of exclusionary policies, and over the last 150 years, there has been regulations that have separated multi-unit housing from quote-unquote single-family housing. And these have been through policies like covenants, exclusion zones, and other forms of regulations even before zoning, where we have that separation of land uses and separation of the different types of housing, which has today resulted in exclusive single quote-unquote family homes. And historically, the strength and the organization and the influence of the individuals have determined where those neighborhoods have managed to keep those exclusionary policies intact. And then on the other hand, the more working class neighborhoods and the people who do not have the social and economic status, where those neighborhoods have developed with a broader mix of residential uses, broader mix of residential types and housing forms. So we just wanted to acknowledge this as well as part of our presentation. On the next slide, I'll just briefly talk about the why. And on the next slide, we have the provincial policy. I won't get into detail. The policies are listed here. But I just want to highlight that the provincial policy does support the construction of new residential units within neighborhoods and ancillary units, so secondary units to houses, semi-detached houses and row houses. And that's supported by the growth plan and the provincial policy statement, which really speaks to having a broad range of housing types to meet the needs of Toronto's residents at all stages of their lives and household sizes, etc. On the next slide, we have the official plan policy, which also supports these changes and speaks to the importance of having housing choices for all in neighborhoods that meet the physical character of the neighborhoods as well. So I'll just briefly talk about the scope of EHON. So on the next slide, I think you can skip 2 slides. Kyle? Yeah. So this is the core initiatives that are underway, and there's a lot going on in the slide. So I'll just break it up into smaller pieces here. On the left, you have the core initiatives. So we are working on multiplex housing. So working on new triplexes and fourplexes being built in Toronto's low-rise neighborhoods. We have the Garden Suites program. So these are houses behind houses, smaller detached houses behind the main house in the backyard. A Ward 19 pilot program on a city-owned site in the Ward 19 area. Neighborhood change research, which looks at historical demographic data. Rezoning on major streets. This would accommodate a higher density form in low-rise apartment buildings. And then finally, locally serving retail and services. So these are things like your coffee shops and your greengrocers, places that you can walk to if you live in a residential area that serve, more the mom and pop type of stores that serve the local community. We also are anticipating overall policy changes through official plan amendments. And again, this is where we are collaborating with Jeff's team working on the official plan review in the overall. On the top, we have the metrics testing and monitoring program. So this is just to make sure that the zoning bylaws that we are introducing are functioning and operating in the way that staff have intended. And then the how-to best practices manual will ensure that homeowners who want to explore these options are given the tools they need to do it. And then finally, with the identifying barriers and opportunities, we're looking both at financial barriers, so the costs incurred by homeowners who want to explore, either converting their house into a multiplex or building a new garden suite, for example, but also the process barriers. So what is it like going through the city processes and the zoning processes and the committee of adjustment processes, and where those barriers might lie and deter people from doing this right now? At the center of this all, we have inclusive engagement, which I'll be speaking of in the next slide. I won't go into much detail here, but I will say that there has been a real focus through our engagement program to not only include the voices of people who currently live in neighborhoods, but also people who don't presently live in neighborhoods, but who want to one day and who have been impacted by the exclusionary policies that I talked about earlier. So there's a range of tools that have given staff the opportunities to really broaden the conversation. And one of them is the EHON Roundtable, which is on the last row there, and I'll speak about that in more detail in the next few slides. So Carl, I think you can go to the next one. Yeah. So this is something new that we've introduced through the consultation program for EHON, and it comprises of a broad range of interests in the missing middle conversation. These include people like academics, financial analysts, missing middle developers, and architects, but also people who are from community-based organizations who work with communities and who serve communities that have been historically shut out of planning processes in the past. So these include people working with renters, youth, indigenous communities, and African, Caribbean, and Black communities. All of these diverse opinions are brought into a single conversation, and they provide advice to staff on draft amendments and policy ideas. The next slide actually has just a very quick list of the members who are on the table. I won't list them out. Members can read them here, but they include Black Health Alliance, Black Moms Connection, the Center for Immigrant and Community Services, CP Planning, etc. So on the next slide, I just want to talk about the overall introductory conversation we've had with the Confronting Anti-Black Racism team, who have been fantastic in really brainstorming the ways in which we can work together, both on the official plan as well as the Expanding Housing Options in Neighborhoods program. So these are the outcomes of two conversations we've had so far, which we'll be building on in many more conversations to come. In one of the meetings, staff advised us to look at a targeted universal approach to our work, both on the official plan and through EHON. And what does this mean? It really looks at having zoning, which is the tool that can be applied universally, but then also having targeted programs and supports for specific geographies, such as an NIA, to better support communities and realize the benefits of the work we're doing. With the growing in place research, staff also advised that all of the outcomes of that research can input into staff policies and the upcoming draft policies that are coming forward. And then finally, we have more work to do on aligning with the Black housing framework that is currently in development, specifically looking at pathways to home ownership for Black communities who may have been displaced from neighborhoods, and also to secure safe rental housing in neighborhoods for communities. This is something where there's more work to be done on this, and will likely include partnering with other divisions such as the Housing Secretariat as well as the Confronting Anti-Black Racism team to better realize this work. So that's the summary of what we have so far. On the next slide and the final slide is our contact information if you'd like to reach out to us directly for any other questions you may have. But we just want to thank you once again for the opportunity to present an overview of our work so far, and we would appreciate any advice going forward as we continue to engage on our work. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Souza and Mr. Contos. Just before I go to members for questions and or comments, Jeff, I wonder if you could just, I guess, give a clearer definition as to what an MCR is or what the MCR process is, and at the same time, maybe just also do the same for the official plan and the secondary plan, and what does it mean? And what does it mean when someone says, I'd like to amend the official plan? What are they trying to do? Because I think it would be helpful to provide some overall details to members of the committee so that they can have a better sense of understanding. So I wonder if I can just maybe just ask you to do that, and then we'll get into the questions of members.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that question. So to clarify, a municipal comprehensive review is a process that the provincial government requires of all municipalities to undertake. So we have an official plan, and the official plan is our guiding land use document that plans out to 30 years. And the province, when they change their policy frameworks, they require municipalities to ensure that our official plans conform with the provincial new policies. So it's an exercise of what's called conformity. We just call it the fancy name of Municipal Comprehensive Review. So the province changes their policies, we have to update ours to make sure we are conforming, and that's the process we are undertaking. This conformity exercise in the official plan, again, it's the council adopted document that sets out the 30-year roadmap for future growth, our shared priorities that I was talking about. And part of an official plan, there are area plans. So, you know, the nestling. So the official plan is somewhere in the middle in that nestling image. And then further down, as you get closer to the ground, there are things called secondary plans. And these are area specific plans. So Yonge and Eglinton has a secondary plan. York University has a secondary plan. Scarborough campus, U of T Scarborough campus has a secondary plan. Scarborough Center has a secondary plan. So it's a very made for that local area approach that doesn't 100% look like the citywide policies. It's made for Scarborough campus, for example. And the city planning division is constantly reviewing, updating, consulting on these plans as communities evolve. Mr. Chair, I hope that clarifies.
Thank you. And the MCR is done every 5 years?
Yes, that's correct. Every 5 years.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you.
Great. Members, you've seen the presentation. The floor is open for any questions or any comments, clarification.
Can I go?
I'm not sure who that is.
Molly-Ann.
Molly-Ann, thank you. Go ahead. I can't see everyone on the screen, so it's helpful when you just introduce yourself. Yes, go ahead, please. You have 5 minutes.
So thank you for the presentation. I'm going to just go to at least 2 or 3 pertinent questions. Just full disclosure, I am part of the ministry that actually looks into the official plan. And so I will first ask, the conformity deadline is July 1st of this year. And I may be wrong, but I noted that I saw something beyond July 1st, I don't know, for consultation. And that's one question with regards to that. The planning tool that we have at the province, a place to grow plan for the greater Golden Horseshoe, specifically sub-policies 2.2.14 talks about the achievement of complete communities. So my question is, what are you doing to ensure that Black neighborhoods, like predominantly Black neighborhoods, have access to affordable housing, healthy foods to make sure they achieve a human quality health of life per the policies? I know it didn't really go to talk about race, but we can all assume that when we talk about age, income, and abilities, that include all race. So what are you doing to do that? Secondly, were there any consultation or engagement with Black communities? I know the plan specifically talk about Indigenous communities that you must consult or shall consult, but I want to know, in light of that, with the understanding that there are a lot of issues similar to what's facing Indigenous communities impacting the Black communities. Were there any consultation done? And if not, are there any plans to have that done before July 1st? And my final question is, in your draft official plan, are there any language that specifically talk about race and race, and on top of that, the Black community, like the language Black, is that included in the official plan? Thank you.
There's the mute button. Thank you. Thank you for the questions. And I can take some of them, and my colleague Lillian can take the others. So the first one, your question about the conformity date, that's correct. The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing has set July 1 as municipalities' date by which our official plan must conform to the growth plan. And so what the city council has done is that we've asked for a extension to that time, just because our official plan and the requirements placed upon us to the City of Toronto are equal to the requirements to our neighbors at Durham and Peel and York. But there's a little bit more work that we have to do, just given the size and complexity of the City of Toronto. So we've asked for an extension. We haven't heard back. So what we are undertaking at City Planning is a phased approach. We're going to take certain requirements to the July 5th meeting of Planning and Housing Committee for what's called the statutory public meeting, which is the meeting where a committee will adopt or consider it, and it goes to the following City Council, which is I think July 19, City Council. So we'll be off by a couple days, and we're going to continue engagement on other pieces of the Municipal Comprehensive Review post-July, and we will report to Council by in the first quarter of January 2023, when City Council resumes. So yes, full disclosure, we're not going to be able to make our time frame, but we're doing our best to bring as much as possible to the upcoming meeting. In terms of the consultation of the draft that I presented, that we're going to continue to consult on, an approach that we applied here for in drafting these draft words is we together with our consultants created what's called a community leaders circle, and the community leaders circle are a representative of about between 30 and 40 community leaders who work with marginalized, vulnerable communities across the city, including, for example, we're not directly consulting with homeless youth, but we're working with someone at a homeless youth shelter he can talk to his constituents on our behalf. We pay them an honorarium to do that, and they report back to us. I'm looking at the list of 40 members of the CLC, the Community Leaders Circle. There is the Jane Finch Action Against Poverty group. There is the Black Planners and Urbanists Association. There's about 40 of them that I can share with you that include, that we specifically chose so that we can reach racialized communities across the City of Toronto who wouldn't otherwise come to our regular town halls via WebEx. So I believe that we've done as much as possible in a remote and virtual environment to do the best we can. Lillian, did you want to talk about the question about achieving complete communities?
Thank you so much, Jeff, and to the chair. This work is ongoing, and thank you so much for this question. This is the reason why we have been meeting with the Confronting Anti-Black Racism team to brainstorm on ideas on how we can achieve the program supports that zoning needs. So this is a targeted universal approach, for example. With city planning, we look at zoning as one of the tools that we have. City planning doesn't have a capital budget to run programs that are needed. So we rely on other divisions within the City of Toronto, such as the Housing Secretariat, such as the Social Development Finance Administration, to operate those programs that can help communities realize the benefits that we are introducing through zoning changes, through the official plan changes. So this is the work that's underway, and I know the Black Housing Framework is is in its early stages of conception, but we will be collaborating with the Confronting Anti-Black Racism team going forward on this important piece of work, as well as taking the learnings from the Growing in Place research work to feedback to our policies. And that speaks to one of your other questions on specific wording in the official plan. And this is something we are looking at for the Chapter 4 neighborhood policies as we start drafting those amendments, and what language can be included in that. So all I can say right now is that the work is underway, but these are important considerations that we will be looking at to address the systemic racism that has been, in planning in the past, and that has impacted Black communities and displaced Black communities, especially in the areas that have undergone change and growth very quickly, resulting in the gentrification and displacement of the more vulnerable communities. Finally, the last piece of the complete communities piece is the local commercial piece that we are introducing through Econ. And this is where we can introduce small mom and pop type stores within residential areas. And this is a real opportunity for members of the community who want to engage in economic practices within their local area, and have, walkable services that, you don't have to drive to, you don't need a car to get to. And it can be an opportunity for newcomers to Canada as well to maybe start out smaller businesses and participate in, in the economic recovery that we're seeing post-pandemic.
Thank you very much for that. Dr. Phillips, you're next. I'll just start the time for you. Just give us a sec, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for the excellent presentation, and some of my questions were covered by my colleague Molly Ann. Thank you so much, Molly. You asked my questions for me, but I have another very specific question, which is around the 3 principles. You talked about access, equity, and inclusion, but you did not include anti-racism in those 3 goals, and specifically did not include anti-Black racism. And I wonder, and I'm just throwing this out there as a possibility, that you might include 5 principles instead of 3 principles, and your 5 principles would be access, equity, inclusion, addressing anti-Black racism, and indigenous worldviews, or something that focuses on indigenous ways of knowing. And then you would include all of the, you did specifically address the issue of indigenous communities and indigenous land, indigenous ways of knowing, but as Molly has also pointed out, you did not specifically address the Black community or inclusion of Black and other racialized community. And I think that would be very valuable, at the very least, to have the anti-racism language in your 3 principles. The other comments/questions Molly addressed, I was also going to ask about what you were doing specifically in terms of, I will call it housing literacy for the Black community and Black community members. You seem to be engaging many groups which are representative of Black organizations, some Black community specific organizations, which I think is valuable. But I think that the flip side of that engagement is also what I will call housing literacy for Black community members, to provide some type of understanding of what all of these options are, and pathways to alternatives to living in rental units. I think that is something that is would be valuable to be included in the long-term housing plan, is some type of housing literacy for new and even long-time members of the Black community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Phillips, for those questions to the chair. So again, everything is in draft format, so all your input is greatly appreciated, and we will be working to revise as we continue to consult. So yes, I wholeheartedly agree with you. We do not have the words anti-Black racism in the draft, and we will seek to add it. And in terms of the Indigenous ways of knowing, we are going to engage with treaty rights holders and urban Indigenous and their organizations with the draft that we have. So we will be, we're taking notes of your comments, and we will include them in any other notes that we receive when we further consult with the Indigenous peoples that we have reached out to previously. So thank you for your questions.
Thank you. I don't see any further hands. Oh, Dr. Daniel.
Thank you so
Go ahead,
much.
please.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for the presentation. My question to the team is there some sort of a funding plan or conversation that you're having as you have these conversations about, you know, expanding properties or the laneway homes? Are you having any kind of conversations to facilitate access to funding for these changes? Because when we look at the cost of, you know, a laneway home, for example, we're looking at approximately about $130,000. Are there any partnerships that you're developing with financial institutions that would allow for Black homeowners to get access to funding and home improvement loans?
Thank you so much for the question, Dr. Daniel, and through the chair. Yes, this work is underway as part of our monitoring and best practices work. So the manual we're building. Recently, Garden Suites was adopted by City Council, and last year, not last year, in 2018, Laneway Suites was adopted by Council. Both of those programs had an affordable component to it that was added on through a recommendation through additional work that was added on to the staff report, and that was through a grant program provided through the Housing Secretariat. So homeowners who were looking to build a new garden suite or a laneway suite were provided with a $50,000 grant by the City of Toronto to assist in that work financially, on the condition that the new suites that came out of that construction would be provided at below market rents. So it was a supportive program for both the homeowners and to produce more affordable rental housing within the city. As we expand on on our work through EHAN, these types of programs can be added on, and it can better support the homeowners. There's two other pieces we're looking at through the financial piece, and that is looking at the way the mortgage industry and the banking industry will be adapting to providing financing options to people to realize the equity in their homes to further construct or maybe convert their houses into triplexes, fourplexes, etc. So this work is underway. But the important piece to remember is that so much of the financial barriers that exist today are because of the process. If you are looking at building a new garden suite or converting your house into 3 or 4 units, there are so many charges that are added on to that work because we don't have the as of right zoning that we are trying to achieve through EHAN. Those can add significant financial barriers to homeowners and can deter them. So even just through the as of right zoning we are introducing, that will be a significant improvement to the financial piece and the process piece that can reduce the amount of money that we would have to spend to build this new form of housing.
Am I allowed a quick follow-up?
Yeah.
Oh, please go ahead. Yeah.
So I understand what you're saying, and what I'm hearing is very sort of generalist language. My question is,
Hello.
what specifically is going to be implemented to address the challenges that Black communities experience? Because whenever things are developed in generalized ways, they tend to benefit other populations at the expense of Black populations. Are we having specific conversations with financial institutions around mortgage rates? Because we know that Black communities are also disproportionately negatively impacted by higher mortgage rates. So My question is not a general question. I'm asking what specifically will you be implementing to ensure that Black communities can benefit from these changes, particularly given that your document does not address anti-Black racism?
Thank you for the follow-up, Dr. Daniel. And through the chair, this specific work is the targeted universal approach that we have been advised to undertake as part of our work going forward. As I mentioned, city planning does not have specific budgets to operationalize some of the zoning policies, but we do work with the Housing Secretariat and SCFNA who have those capital plans. But you know, these are important considerations we have to include in our work. We recognize the importance of it so that, you know, Black communities who have been displaced from neighborhoods, who have historically been excluded from neighborhoods, can realize the benefits of these programs, and it's not, you know, benefiting existing homeowners. So this is important. Thank you for this. It will be undertaken going forward. But as of now, the work is still underway. We're still looking at the different options we have. So recognizing it is important work that we will be looking at.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Daniels. Helimo, go ahead, please. Let me just make sure the clock goes back to 0 before you start, please. Okay, clock's at 0. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. Kind of echoing what some of my community members have already asked, this idea that if we don't ask the right questions, we're not going to get the answers that we need. So my question is just around information collection through community leaders to help identify barriers. And I wanted to ask, are you providing any sort of process or guiding framework to ensure that you're getting the most out of these sessions that they're having with their constituents, and that you're able to then collectively analyze that data in a coherent and cohesive manner?
Thank you for the question. I can start, and then I'll pass it over to Lillian. So for the Municipal Comprehensive Review, our plan Toronto, myself and members of my group and our consultants meet regularly with the representatives on the Community Leader Circle to ensure that they have the right tools when they consult with their communities and the right language that is accessible to Torontonians. And we offer ourselves up to join their meetings. For example, the Scarborough Community Renewal Organization, SCRO, they decided they wanted to host a Scarborough meeting. So we used our infrastructure to help them have a meeting and provide that information. And so there's lots of conversations, but it is made for the specific community approach so that we are their resources for them to share the input and the content that we would like presented. Lillian?
Yes, thank you for that question. And through the chair, we're taking a similar approach on EHON through the roundtable, with the exception that we are working with the Canadian Urban Institute to build a roundtable, and they have been the ones who have been putting together the tools and the presentations that the leaders will be taking out to their communities. So we've had about 6 quote-unquote capacity building sessions with the roundtable members so that they have a deeper understanding of what EHON is, what it isn't. So they've been able to absorb that information and provide input to staff in an ongoing way about the things we're missing in our program, which has been tremendously helpful, and bringing their own individual lens to this is a non-planning lens, which is so important in this kind of work. Sometimes we just look at the building form and the housing types and we forget about people. And this is where the roundtable has been so impactful in our work. And now in the month of May, they have been the leaders who are taking on this work have been engaged with the CUI, Canadian Urban Institute, to put together a specific presentation package that is customized for their constituents, for their communities, and they're going out in the month of May to engage communities on behalf of the city and bring that information back. You know, we expect to hear a whole range of feedback that may fall out of scope of EHON. But our responsibility as a city is to filter that information out, to really take what can be used through EHON through policy and then pass off to other divisions what they might need to pick up as part of their work program, so that none of the feedback is kind of lost in the mix, but we are taking all of that feedback and as a city organizing behind the scenes to make sure that there's some division or the other that can pick up this important work that we are hearing we need to do from communities.
Right, thank you very much for that. Folks, I'd like to bring this particular item to a close. Don't see any more questions. I'm wondering, are there anyone wishing to speak?
Yes, if I may, Mayor Thompson, I would love to speak.
Deputy Mayor Thompson. I'm sorry, I can't see you. Oh, here we are. Justine. Okay, I can see you there. Okay, so I have Justine and then Dr. Daniels. I thought, did I see your hand up to speak? Okay, no. Okay, so we have one speaker, is it? I'm just looking at the screen to make sure that I'm correct with that. Okay, you may speak. Go ahead, please. Thank you very much, and we'll bring this matter to a close.
Thank you, Mayor Thompson. Many thanks for the presentation. It was quite insightful and great to see the various initiatives being taken in place and the policy measures as well. In relation to the principle of access and home affordability, and my question really builds on some of the previous questions that my fellow committee members have asked. What is the intersection with different public and private initiatives being undertaken? For instance, the Black North initiatives, we have seen that they are doing a lot in terms of home ownership for Black communities, and different financial institutions are also doing a lot. So what is the intersection with some of these different initiatives? And since this work is also kind of like work in progress, if I may call it that, what would a one-stop shop look like for service delivery and access for Black communities? Thank you.
Yeah, Lillian, there you are. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, I can start and Lillian can take a bit of it. So in the planning process, as we finalize the words that we put into the official plan before we go to council, the one-stop shop is what we do at city planning. It's just a consistency check that we're not forgetting these local initiatives, that the findings from the local initiatives help inform what we do citywide. We do, because we are very cognizant that we don't want to over consult communities as well. And in terms of the programming, Lillian, do you want to take this?
Sure. Thank you for the question. Through the chair, the programming piece really comes to the how-to best practices manual, where we will be, that work is underway this year. We've assigned the budget for establishing that. So for language use for competencies, for example, we can already start that work. But the big piece with the financial is just showing the options that are currently available to homeowners to access these programs. We've actually worked with the School of Cities on this as well. The students have developed a really good financial guide that can exist today. We will be releasing that shortly. And we'll be building on this work going forward in our own missing middle toolkit that can be used for homeowners as a one-stop shop to be like, what does the zoning policy look like? What does it cost? And then where can I get that financing that I need? What are the options available to me? So in the year of 2022, this will be rolling out and can provide better support for homeowners and for people who want to live in neighborhoods as well. So we'll also be providing information on the deeper supports that the Housing Secretariat, for example, can provide for rent subsidies, etc.
Mr. Chair, if I may, if there are any other direct questions, they can reach out to us directly, and we can continue the conversation because we do invite more dialogue on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, and thank you, members, for the questions. Thank Mr. Souza and Mr. Cantos for your excellent presentation. So, members, we'll move to receive the presentation from Jeff and Lillian. So, all those in favor of receiving the presentation? Opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. We will now move on to item CR 7.2. It's the current economic development initiatives at the City of Toronto. I'd like to invite Cheryl Blackman, the interim general manager for the Economic Development and Culture Division, and Jay Pitter, strategic advisor and consultant, Little Jamaica Initiative and Cultural District Plan. They're here to give a presentation. So I invite Ms. Blackman and Pitter. The floor is yours. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, committee co-chairs and Deputy Mayor Thompson. Thank you very much for that introduction as well. And good morning to the committee. My name is Cheryl Blackman, as was mentioned, and I'm the Interim General Manager of Economic Development and Culture. I'm so pleased to be joined this morning by Jay Pitter from Jay Pitter Placemaking. Jay Pitter is an award-winning placemaker, author, and urban planning lecturer, and I'm really thrilled that Jay is a program advisor and lead consultant hired by the City of Toronto to support us in leading in the co-creation of the citywide cultural districts program proposal and the Little Jamaica Master Plan. And this work is really pivotal in terms of providing ongoing policy examination, structural analysis, and resource assessment in collaboration with community and city staff. So Jay will also be sharing in this presentation as well. Next slide. So this morning's presentation will provide you with an update on current economic development initiatives which advance the economic prosperity and equitable outcomes of Black Torontonians through 3 key areas: policy, partnership, and programs. Next slide. So this is the 4th year of the City of Toronto's Confronting Anti-Black Racism Action Plan, as well as EDC's own divisional strategy. The EDC strategy was launched in 2018, and through 2022, we've been working really to place equity at the core of our work. The highlighted areas, both in yellow and green, these are indicating the areas that are really the purpose-built action areas for EDC. So I'll highlight that transforming culture change at the city in yellow, recognition and placemaking in yellow, and inclusive economic development in green are the areas where EDC's focus is squarely placed. The top recommendations from the city's COVID-19 recovery plan also ask us to really focus on confronting racism against Black and Indigenous people, and the Building Back Stronger report, co-chaired by Deputy Mayor Thompson and Blake Goldring, also encourage community investment to enterprises led by Black, Indigenous, and equity-deserving groups. EDC also launched a program advisory committee co-chaired by Dr. Dory Tunstall from OCAD University with key leaders from the Black business and cultural community, and we co-created new policy directions in response to community advocacy and council directions to support enhanced economic development initiatives. Next slide. The next slide will focus on inclusive economic development. So in terms of overall growth, Toronto has definitely thrived over the past decade. However, it's abundantly clear to all of us that Toronto's economy has grown unevenly, resulting in economic polarization across neighborhoods, industries, workers, and schools. Our new resources that we're focusing on for the future need to have a lens on inclusive economic development, and there needs to be a commitment to address the reduction of economic barriers. And while there needs to be support that aims at inclusive economic development, we need to actually drill down and focus specifically in 3 areas. We want to focus on supporting the establishment of career pathways in Toronto's growing industries. We want to look at community-based economic development studies at a neighborhood level, and we want to commit to community benefit agreements that ensure some of the employment opportunities connected to large city infrastructure projects are made available to local equity-deserving groups. Next slide. We've also been focusing on workforce development. Workforce development responds to new and future workforce trends. The city works in partnership with educational institutions that you may know of, including Ryerson University, now called Toronto Metropolitan University, to create programs in partnership for the Black Innovation Fellowship that support the Digital Media Zone, the DMZ, through a $250,000 investment over 5 years. The DMZ accelerates the career pathways for Black youth in creative industries, including management roles. This spring, EDC is allocating city resources to support the Fort York Visitor Centers to welcome the Brain Tech Robotics STEM Learning Center on site. Through this programming, Brain Tech aims to educate, engage, and empower Black and equity-deserving youth in their own career pathways through STEM. The city entered into an agreement with Desjardins that will direct $200,000 to a 1.5-year-long youth skills development pilot program in Little Jamaica, focused on building financial literacy skills for young people aged 16 to 29 and resulting in employment in the financial industry. Economic Development and Culture also collaborated with Destination Toronto and the cities of Brampton and Mississauga on a program called Hospitality Edge, an initiative that provides free online courses for the hospitality industry, which we know is still lagging as a result of COVID-19. The city also partnered with the University of Toronto Scarborough on a small food enterprise program that examines the take-up of government support for local food enterprises. And the recently launched North York Food Hall will provide below market rent to launch immigrant and Black women finding opportunities to launch businesses that are aimed at delivery of food services, and the programs will also enhance Toronto's Black Food Sovereignty program. Next slide. There's additional work that's been done through our Main Street Recovery and Rebuild program. The Toronto small businesses, as we all know, were very hardly hit, and in particular, the businesses along the Eglinton-Little Jamaica corridor. In 2020 and 2021, the city led purpose-built recovery programs and initiatives to support Main Street and small businesses to restore the cultural and business sectors and the vibrancy that was lost during the pandemic. To assist small businesses in Toronto to recover and rebuild from the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Government of Canada, through the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario, provided $18 million for 6 programs. These programs include the Retail Accelerator Program, which provides small retail businesses with access to training and micro grants of $10,000. The Main Street Innovation Fund, which offers funding for organizations to creatively address Main Street challenges and to animate Main Streets. The Cafe Tio Property Improvement Program, which offers funding up to $7,500 to business operators to cover 50% of the cost of eligible improvements to cafe spaces on the city or private property. The Commercial Space Rehab Grant Program, which offers funding of up to $20,000 to cover 50% of the cost of eligible interior improvements to vacant commercial properties. And the Plaza Pops program, which facilitates the development of installations and programming in strip mall parking lots. And these programs will continue into 2024. Next slide. There's ongoing small business and BIA supports. This chart will indicate to you that there are a number of different opportunities already in the works. If we look at the left side of the column at the Commercial Facade Improvement Program, these programs offer grants to improve and beautify the exterior of a building. Funding for the Digital Main Street, or the DMS, was initiated by EDC and is now delivered by a third-party operator and supported by significant funding from the Government of Ontario and the Governments of Canada. The Digital Main Street program offers grants, one-on-one assistance, training, and advice. As well, the BIA also offers many other programs such as de-escalation training, support for local leadership, and mentorship. On the right-hand side of the column, you'll also note that the Shop Here program is a platform that allows for the creation of online stores for independent small businesses and artists at no cost. Next slide. In terms of community economic development, the EDC team has been working very closely to support equitable economic development opportunities within geographically focused areas. I'll share a couple of examples over the coming slides. The Jane and Finch initiative on your left works with the CABR Growing in Place initiative to address gentrification and Black displacement through broad-scale policy changes in neighborhoods with high Black populations. To support better outcomes for Black Torontonians, the city is exploring community benefits, hiring, and training in public sector infrastructure projects. It's promoting career training for Indigenous, Black, and equity-deserving groups in high-growth sectors such as green tech and digital media. We are working with existing organizations to support local entrepreneurs with a focus on equity-deserving groups, youth, and newcomers. We are maintaining spaces that can accommodate locally owned, independent, and community-serving businesses as part of redevelopment. We're also identifying diverse suppliers to qualify for and to work with procurement contracting. And we're establishing key metrics of inclusive economic development and tracking changes over time. With regards to the Golden Mile on the right-hand side, the Inclusive Local Economic Opportunity Initiative, or ILEO, convened by the United Way of Greater Toronto and the Bank of Montreal, seeks to enable the community, corporate, and public sector to drive economic opportunity at the neighborhood level. Scarborough's Greater Golden Mile is the first neighborhood to be part of the initiative and involves several pilot projects, including an incubator concept for new and emerging retail entrepreneurs, a joint construction venture, and an employer-focused program to design training and prepare local talent. We are keenly observing the results to see if similar programs should be applied in other parts of the city. Next slide. While we continue to look at community economic development in the Mount Dennis area, we worked on a study that was developed through 2019 into 2020. And the study created an economic development strategy for the community that would support local business and employment growth and enhance opportunities for surrounding residents to access jobs. In an effort to better connect with the Black-owned and Black-serving businesses in Mount Dennis, city staff worked with the Black Business Professionals Association and the Black Urbanism TO in the process of inviting 40 such businesses to an upcoming community consultation meeting for the related Picture Mount Dennis Planning Framework Study, which is ongoing. Together with the CABR, EDC, City Planning, have all worked together to develop outreach materials as well as an online survey targeting specifically to Black-owned and Black-serving businesses in the Mount Dennis area to obtain feedback on city planning, study directions, and to obtain input on issues, challenges, and opportunities that are relevant to business operations and the future of potential growth. With regards to Regent Park in 2019, after more than a decade of redevelopment, the Regent Park area was the recipients of a refreshed social development plan, and the process was also part of initiating the management of working in partnership with Toronto Community Housing Corporation. One of the key focus areas of the social development plan was the focus on employment and economic development. On the next slide. For more than 50 years, the area along Eglinton Avenue West was served and has served as a distinct ethnic and cultural hub for Little Jamaica. In 2021, the Government of Canada announced a $1 million investment for the revitalization of Little Jamaica through a FedDev Ontario program. This investment was provided to the Black Business Professional Association, and through the City of Toronto, we are working in partnership to deliver programs and initiatives to support Black-owned and operated businesses within the Little Jamaica boundaries. We are also working with the Eglinton Hill, Fairbank Village, and York Eglinton business improvement areas and other local businesses to boost their efforts. There are currently 74 Black businesses operating in Little Jamaica, from Allen Road to Keele Street, and these businesses represent a variety of goods and services. The two most prominent sectors present in the area are hair salons, barbershops, and hair products at 29 of these 74 businesses, or 21%, with restaurants and cafes representing 21 or 16% of the total 74 Black-owned businesses in the area. Other sectors include fashion, variety and food stores, accounting services, and photography. To date, the BBPA has completed 32 business applications for services including rent subsidy, application support, energy rebate applications, tax filing tips, and many more services are ongoing. Coming this spring, there will be a spring neighborhood cleanup, Five Blacks Restaurant Week, a food festival that will run from August the 26th to the 28th, and a Little Jamaica app in partnership with Centennial College will be launched, as well as an e-commerce awareness, food delivery, and window signage program. And so I'm going to turn over to Jay Pitter now to talk a little bit more about the work that's going to happen in Little Jamaica. Jay, over to you. Sorry, Jay, I think you're on mute.
Of course I am. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me the time and space to present a little bit about the work that is taking place in Little Jamaica. More personally, this is a community where my grandmother first bought our family home in Canada. She worked in a hotel laundromat and baked black cake and sewed on the side to buy our family's first home. And so I'm profoundly committed to ensuring a Black sense of place in that particular neighborhood. And while my practice is broad in scope, it's binational, spans cities like the American South, Lexington, Memphis, Charlotte, all the way over to Detroit, New York, and right here in Toronto and right across Canada. Black placemaking is a very important segment of my practice. It's ancestral work. My practice is guided by several Black elders as well, and I commit considerable time in researching Black placemaking and Black policy. So in any event, in Little Jamaica, a fundamental principle here is that we are not going to be empowering this community. This community is profoundly powerful, as I'm sure everyone on this call understands, and actually has had their power diminished and devalued through histories of anti-Black racism, particularly place-based anti-Black racism, starting at the plantation. So we are starting with a series of deep listening circles. These are 14 convenings that are outside of the scope of work. My practice is committed to these 14 extra sessions because one of the main themes coming out of the community is a sense of not feeling truly heard by the institution. And so we're creating these spaces where my practice and city staff and counselors are showing up to themed sessions. You can see the themes on your screens here: community and systemic safety, being a good new neighbor, affordable and dignified housing, cross-racial respect and understanding, because we are going to address anti-Blackness directly in our conversations, Black food accessibility and sovereignty, aging in place, missing services. You can see that list. Basically, all of these sessions are co-facilitated by community co-facilitators. The conversation is an expanded conversation because we are working within a planning area. So everyone in the community is being engaged within those conversations, but we are still centering Black communities and using a Pan-African lens as we have many of these conversations. Some of them are quite general, and some of the conversations, as you can see, speak to Black communities specifically, but throughout all of the conversations, we are centering Black communities while expanding out to hear from and to respond to the needs, aspirations, and local expertise of all community members. Slide, please. Slide, please. And this program, the Little Jamaica Master Plan, is very much tethered to the broader Cultural Districts program proposal, which I am in the process of writing right now. This Cultural Districts proposal will indeed create a framework and guide actually what will happen with the Little Jamaica Master Plan, but other communities that may benefit are Kensington, Chinatown, where I live and where I'm talking to you from today, and the Gay Village and a community in Scarborough, and also in North York and the west end of the city as well. And the Cultural Districts program is intended to maintain the local culture of Toronto's unique and vibrant communities while welcoming new community members and cultural expressions as well. And to just be very specific, what we know is that we need to move away from capital C institutionalized culture, and which is very narrow and often focuses on cultural institutions like arts, tourism, and business, to really take a more holistic lens and comprehensive lens, looking at ethno-racial culture as well, and ensuring that the people whose lifeblood have actually created value and equity in those communities, that their culture is not displaced and that they are not displaced in this process. And the principles guiding that work is co-stewardship, co-learning, and co-creation. But once again, I lead an award-winning practice that is deeply focused on equity and not shy about being very specific about place-based anti-Blackness. And so those principles guide all of my work. Slide, please. And so we've engaged in some citywide engagement. There's been an online survey, a social media campaign. We've created counselor comms packages. We've done virtual participatory discussion panel series. You'll see the list of engagement that we've been a part of. And I just want to ensure you that in all of those engagements, again, historical, spatialized anti-Blackness is centered in those conversations, as is indigeneity, because we know that these groups have been disproportionately impacted by land use planning and urban transformation initiatives more broadly, which undeniably are not neutral and stem back to colonization and the surveying of land, evaluating the value of land and separating people based on perception of value in relation to that land. Slide, please. So I think I'll turn it back over to Cheryl to complete the presentation.
Thank you so much, Jay. So as Toronto transitions away from the crisis phase of the pandemic, and we are still very much in this phase, with public health restrictions that are being lifted and with the reopening of the economy, it is essential to determine an approach for recovery and rebuild that will take us over the next 2 years. As I mentioned earlier, we are at the end of our current economic development and culture divisional plan. And so we will be working very closely with community to build a forward-looking plan that takes us towards really focusing on inclusive economic development. And even as we move towards this new lens, we want to make sure that we have and maintain a focus on Toronto's competitiveness. We want to make sure that there's a thriving that happens in a way that responds to the disproportionate impacts that we've seen that have impacted the Black community and communities in Toronto. And we certainly want to move towards being able to keep up with the rapid global changes to the economy. While the need to adapt and ensure that different industries and economic activities can thrive in Toronto remains constant, the policy and program mix that the municipal government provides and the advocacy needs to be continually updated. And through my year as interim general manager, I've worked very closely with this team, and I'm so pleased to have Jay Pitter joining us to make sure that as we move forward, we're building strong policy contexts that create positive outcomes for Black Torontonians through inclusive economic development. So we're going through a very dynamic, changing period right now where partnerships and networks and innovation and programs are all changing at the same time. And we need to be able to support community, industry associations, educational institutions, not-for-profit organizations, corporations, and we need to be able to do this work in a way that is respectful of the people who are living in community. So we're seeking your continued good advice this morning, and we thank you very much for the opportunity and privilege to be able to speak with you this morning, and we look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blackman and Ms. Peter. All right, I'm just going to wait for the presentation to come down and the screen to be back. Great. I just wanted, before we ask members for questions and or comments, I just wanted to make mention that, and members should know this, it's very clear that Mayor Tory and the city manager, Chris Murray, are very much, I should say it's acutely on their minds and top of mind for them on these specific issues. So there's strong leadership from the mayor and the city manager. So as part of the work that's being done, as Ms. Blackman and others have described, this is serious. This is a serious recognition that more needs to be done. Serious recognition that there has been a long history of Blacks and others being left out of the equation for success, the equation for prosperity, the equation of inclusion. And so we have obviously to make up a lot of grounds, and this is the reason why we have, the KBRAC unit and the committee that you're all a part of and so on. But I just wanted to make sure it's really clear for everyone that the mayor is extremely committed, 100% committed. I have had numerous discussions with him about these particular issues, and I'm absolutely convinced that he is not only genuine in terms of his understanding of the issues, but wants to ensure that we work together. And as I said earlier, it's been mentioned, nothing for us without us, and this is what this is all about, that we will have strong input and so on. So I'll close my comments because I think I just wanted to set the table there with those comments to let you know that the leadership of the City of Toronto is strongly in support of the work that we're doing. So it's not just going to fall by the wayside. We're not going to allow it, and I don't think the mayor and the city manager would allow it, and Cheryl and others as well. All right, so we are now open for questions and comments on the presentation. Pifa, I see your hand first, and I don't see any other hands at the moment, but I will start off with you. Dr. Phillips, I see you next. And so Pifa, we'll start with you and then Dr. Phillips, and we'll see who else wishes to ask questions and or comment. So Pifa, you may begin. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for the very exciting presentation. Really great to see. I know you mentioned some work with youth for the DMZ, but I'm thinking more about the listening circles and other consultative processes. Do you have any specific for Black youth?
I'll turn to Jay for that response. Thank you so much for your question.
I think you're muted.
I'm going to keep myself unmuted for the rest of the presentation. Please excuse me. The first session that is being held for the Deep Listening Circles is in fact being held by a young man who was in a program that I led at Oakwood Collegiate when he was in 10th grade. Neil Logic Donaldson is leading that first session, and he comes representing an organization that engages Black youth in the public school system. The organization is called Stolen from Africa. We are also in the process of bringing on a couple of local Black youth from the community to join the community engagement team, because we use a process where my practice doesn't parachute in a community engagement team to the community. We actually build the team from community members who are indeed the local experts. And so, yes, Black youth will indeed be engaged in the process.
Okay, is that all the question you had, Afifa? Okay, fantastic. Dr. Phillips, you have 5 minutes. Well, just, yeah, your clock's at 0. Go ahead, please. You're muted, Dr. Phillips. See, it's not only Jay, it's everybody.
Jay, I'm joining the club of late unmuters. Anyway, okay, I'd like to say thank you to Cheryl Blackman and to you, Jay, both of you for your excellent presentation. This is comment and feedback for you, Jay. I absolutely love the idea of the deep listening circles and of a process that is facilitated, or what were your words? Co-stewardship. I had to write them down, even though they were on this slide. Co-stewardship, co-learning, and co-creation of the processes with the community and co-facilitated by community members. I think this is exactly what's needed or to address historic wrongs and to enhance the voices, as you said, of an already powerful community that has been systemically disempowered. So I really appreciate that approach and think it's an absolutely fabulous one. I love the idea also of the focus on Black placemaking, and then expanding that out to other community members. I think that this is an approach that will really enhance the voices and the ways of knowing of Black communities. So thank you to both of you. Of course, Cheryl, this wouldn't have happened without you either, but thank you to both of you for this I think excellent approach. I did have one very specific question, and this is a question for you, Cheryl, about it's on page 6, the ongoing Black business and BIA supports. So my question is, and I have heard from Black community members, and particularly from Black business members, that they know that there are economic supports out there, but they have a hard time figuring out what they are, and even when they do figure out what they are, they have a hard time accessing them. So, you listed quite a lot of different possibilities and options there. And my question is, how are Black entrepreneurs, Black business members, Black BIAs, but not only Black BIAs, because all Black business members don't belong to Black BIAs. How are regular members of the Black community who may be thinking of becoming entrepreneurs, thinking of starting a business, but don't know where to find the economic support. How are they being informed, and how are they being how is access being facilitated to them in terms of these opportunities that exist? Some of those opportunities are specific to the Black community and many are not. So how do Black community members find out about them? And is there anything that's facilitating their ability to apply and be supported? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and through the speaker. I also want to just acknowledge Jay Pitter. Jay Pitter is an absolute gift, and the City of Toronto is so fortunate to have her partnership and her leadership on this file. And it's more than a file. I mean, I'm a kid from Jane and Finch as well, and to be able to see genuine placemaking happen in this way, it's really my greatest privilege. So thank you, Jay. And to your question, thank you for the question. In terms of the ways that Black communities and entrepreneurs can get information, this is work that we are doing more of. We have updated our website most recently, and we're trying to make the website more user-friendly. Certainly, we are also working very closely with the Black Business Professional Association and the Black Chamber of Commerce as well. But we have a lot more work to do on our social media and just being boots on the ground, quite frankly. And that's where Jay is really, her guidance is so pivotal to us. We have to be boots on the ground to be able to give that information word of mouth. It's not enough to just direct people to websites, especially now as we're beginning to move into a space with COVID-19 where it's safer to be in person. We need to get back into contact. And our communities thrive on person-to-person interaction. And certainly over the coming weeks, we're looking to see that there is more boots on the ground sharing the good word about what is available, because we know that during COVID, lots of folks were cut off by the digital divide, for sure. Jay, would you like to add anything?
I would only briefly say as well that, with Cheryl's support, we've also been able to have conversations about transforming the BIAs and the culture of the BIAs to be more equitable and inclusive of Black business owners and other alternative business owners, smaller business owners. So we're actually having that conversation as well. And whilst also looking at other pathways in addition to the BIA that will build capacity for Black folks and Black folks who may have seasonal businesses or kitchen sink hair salons. We know that we have a tradition of people who have businesses outside of the professional, credentialized, mainstream business model. And so that is something that I am looking at very closely in this work as well, with Cheryl's support and the support of the entire EDC division.
Can I just add, as the chair of the EDC, we have newsletters that folks can subscribe to. We have webinars. We have a varying series of initiatives that are there to actually help everyone. And of course, the Black community includes everyone. The other thing that I think it really should be mentioned, and we invite some of the different organizations such as the BBPA and others and so on to come to committee, to come to speak to issues, to speak about what are needed in the community. I think it's important to recognize and understand, in as much as there are a lot of offering and services that are available to the Black community, we have to do certainly a better job in communicating to ensure that they're aware that the services exist. But it's also incumbent on members of the community to actually step up and do some work and to find out what information is available, feed into the pipeline to be engaged and so on. And so not that it's being mentioned here, not that it's being stated, but in order for us to achieve, we actually have to take, as they say, the bull by the horn and actually go for it and ensure that the work that Jay's doing and Cheryl and others and so on, it's there. And there's a lot of information, especially in the technological age. People have to kind of step up. Well, there are no Black BIAs. Blacks are all part of the you know, the environment and the inclusion aspect is what we're all working diligently on to ensure that they have access to opportunities and building wealth and being part of the, you know, the economic success of the city. I think that we all want to ensure that that occurs. And yeah, just let me also say, and let's add to Cheryl, Jay is such a treasure that she's universally acknowledged and well known and so on, and is doing, I don't know how much work she's done in the city, but she's doing a little work for us in Little Jamaica. I hope to see her doing a lot more work. We have the Golden Mile, which is actually in my ward. And so there's a lot of work that's going on because there's going to be about 54,000 new people living in the Golden Mile and perhaps another 24,000 jobs actually created. So it's a lot of work. And part of what the mayor has done, and he's stressed this time and time and time again, around ensuring that as we build and develop in areas, that no one gets left behind, particularly in an area where you've had a Black community and so on. And we want to make sure that any activity or any you know, element that would suggest displacement is essentially removed from that as part of our efforts to ensure that people are included in what we're doing. So, you know, it's also important because there's people watching this, and many may not, you know, even feel the impact that we feel as members of the Black community, to ensure that those who are watching recognize that if it's going to be great for us, it's going to be great for you. If it's not great for us, it's not great for you either, in as much as you may think that at the moment, because we're talking about long-term sustainability and so on and so forth. And if it's not great for all of us in the long run, and I'll use this colloquial expression, it ain't gonna be great for you. And this isn't a threat or anything. It's just simply saying that you yourself will recognize the disparity, this, you know, the inequality, because a lot of people are now recognizing that. And it's taken maybe a George Floyd incident for people to be, you know, clearly be now aware. We don't need the toothpicks to keep your eyes open anymore, because your eyes are fully open. So, I mean, you can actually see that. So it's really important that we engage and accelerate this process. So I just wanted to add my voice to that, and want to see if there is anyone else wishing to. All right, I have Molly. I see Molly's hands. I see Deborah, your hand is up as well. And those are the two at the moment. And so Molly, I'll start with you, and Deborah will come to you after. Go ahead, please, Molly.
Thank you. I just want to echo what Anne said. I really appreciate the deep listening circle, you know, to allow for members in our community, including young people, to have a voice and help in the determination of their outcome in the city. With regards to two specific programs, the DMZ and the Youth Skill Development, what kind of eligibility criteria goes into the process? Specifically, as we look at Eglinton West area right now, we see a change in the landscape of residents that are living in that area. So I just want to know the eligibility criteria, the catchment area that will be composed of. And then the second question is with regards to engagement for young people. Like, how do you go about doing, I guess, communications? Do you involve the TDSB school board in this? Because I asked that question. I have a daughter in a high school, but it's a specialized program, cyber arts. I've never heard about the DMZ from her. And she, yes, she just started high school. So I just wanted to know about that, because it's pretty, it seems clear that a lot of young people are not knowing what kind of programs are out there from the city. So those are my two questions. Thank you.
Through the speaker, and thank you very much for your question, Molly. I would say regarding the DMZ, that program is right now rooted at Ryerson University and tends to be aimed at university level students. But what you're also speaking about is the efforts that we are making towards workforce development and the partnerships that we are building to create a pipeline that is actually moving young people from high school into university opportunities. And so I'm really pleased to share that, you know, through the leadership of Denise Andrea Campbell, who's on this call, we are working in partnership with the Toronto District School Board and the new director there to talk about opportunities to collaborate and work better together. And I won't steal Denise's updates, because I think she's going to be sharing more about that later on today. But I would say that, you know, it is something that we are very focused on, is making sure that we are building those pipelines that help to flow young people into opportunity. Our focus is to elevate prosperity And that means that we have to reinforce and strengthen our relationships at every level of the institutional dialogue, whether it be, high school through to colleges and universities and postgraduate as well. So those conversations are happening. And so I will work with my team just to be clearer about the eligibility, and I'll report back to this group in a future meeting, just because I don't have that information directly in front of me regarding the actual catchment area, but I would be happy to report back if that's agreeable to you. I'll also add, with regards to the DMV, there is also a startup incubator, which is really this focus on the next generation of leading technology entrepreneurs with the tools needed to build and launch and scale highly impactful startups. So again, at this particular juncture, it is very much aimed at that university level student, but I think there's an opportunity from the high school into university that we need to be looking at. And these are the conversations that we're beginning to really sharpen and harness with our broader tables that we are discussing with school boards, both public and Catholic. So thank you for your question.
Thank you, Molly. Thank you. Do you have another question, Molly? Go ahead, please.
I wanted to say thank you, and I look forward to the report back, because I think as part of the listening circles, our young people, whether they're in grade 9 or in grade 12, they're integral to the process.
Thank you very much, Molly. Deborah?
I just have a quick question in terms of the deep listening circles. What does the timeline look like for that? And will we get some type of follow-up in terms of the report as to what the community is saying? Thank you.
Absolutely, Deborah. So the deep listening circles actually begin on Friday. I believe that the city has already done a mail out to 400 plus local stakeholders. My team is on the ground today with the BIA, hand delivering the schedule to businesses and organizations. We're also using postering and flyering at the grocery store, at the laundromat. We're standing on the corner. I will be out on the ground with my team as well. I get out there sometimes until 3 a.m. in the morning. And so we are spreading the word both digitally and then on the ground level. And I'll tell you something else that we did as a practice that is out of scope, beyond scope, and extra, but fundamental for this work. We, understanding that these conversations have been happening for a decade, we got data from CABER, from planning and other divisions, from counselors, and we've gone through that data and we've created a 25-page report already. It's in almost final right now, called "This is What We've Heard So Far," because we know that the community is fatigued. We know that we're coming in almost a decade after this conversation has started. We want the community to understand that we honor their time and their labor, and that this is emotionally stressful for them to keep reliving this conversation. And so we're starting, and we'll have this report within 10 days for the community. We've coded the themes and we'll have it online so that the community can even download it and add to the themes and validate, yes, you're hearing properly. And then afterwards, after the 14 deep listening circles, we are going to come back with a "This is What We've Heard So Far" part 2 to capture and report back to the community. We're also starting a newsletter linked to the Little Jamaica Master Plan, where we will report to the community every 6 to 8 weeks to demonstrate transparency and accountability. And I've recently trained the 12 divisions that I have the privilege of collaborating with on this project on my equitable community engagement approach, with values that are very aligned with CABER's values as well. And so going forward, we're also providing a template to make sure that every single time a city division engages with our community members, that they do indeed report back, because our data, our insights, our stories, our precious data, a precious knowledge set, and the community should always have a line of sight for this is what we heard. They should always have the opportunity to validate that we've heard correctly, and we have the responsibility to draw a straight line from what we heard to the actions that we are taking. So that is the structure and the rigor and the respect that will indeed be inherent in this process going forward, because our community definitely deserves better. And as Deputy Mayor Thompson said, that this is not just about the Black community. When Black people's sense of place, and it's not just about basic stuff, it's about dignity, but it's also about joy, prosperity, liberty in the biggest sense of the word, in the most audacious sense of the word. When that is realized, our entire city is strengthened. Our entire city benefits from this approach. And so, and we use this approach as well, because we're also, as we do this work, other community members will have their inputs documented also, and will be able to map and create connections around shared values, shared priorities, so that this process will not be divisive either. A good public space works for everyone. Housing where our elders can age in place, that isn't just good for Black people, that is great for white elders and Asian elders and Indigenous elders. So this truly will be a process that truly benefits all.
Thank you very much for that. And just a quick question for me as part of the conversation. Beauticians, barbershops, and so on, I'm assuming that you'll be reaching out to all those folks?
Absolutely. That'll be the most fun part of this work for me.
That's fantastic. And then, and I know the Caber staff are listening, but I wondered whether or not the document that Jay has spoken about, that's been distributed to some 400 plus, I wonder if members of the committee could also be scheduled to receive that document so that they may participate in the programs that they may choose to. There's a number of workshops, and I was going through them this morning, Jay. They're pretty fantastic. I'm signed up for your workshop on Friday, so I'm looking forward to that with Greg Lintern and others and so on. And there are other really good ones regarding Detroit and the commentaries and so on. All right, so I want to bring this to a close. I'm just trying to see if there's anyone else. Ms. Hanson, did you have your hand up? Okay, great. I think I just saw your hand there just in my passing of that. Okay, I'm going to go to Apifa and then I'll come to Cheryl. So Apifa, go ahead, please. You wish to ask another question?
Just a really quick question on the note of honoring people's time and their expertise. The listening circles and other events involving community, people are being compensated, right? Like for their time and for their lived experience and their contributions to the data. Are folks being compensated for that?
So the community co-facilitators are indeed receiving an honorarium. We don't have money to compensate everyone for attending the sessions. That's a natural part of civic participation. However, I do have a structure where we do indeed compensate community members who do more than come out as a participant. And we also have a budget line for hiring community members to be a part of the engagement team. And we also source all of our materials, all of our food from the businesses in the community as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Cheryl, last word on this, and then we'll just see whether there's any speakers as opposed to questioners. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Speaker, Ms. Namara has her hand up as well. I just saw her hand.
Oh, I didn't see. Okay, hi. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. No problem. I really wanted to commend Sherry and Jay's presentation today. They're really doing the hard work, which is really commendable. And I really love the deep listening circles as well. My question really goes on the awareness piece, which I think we have kind of like discussed, but I just wanted to maybe follow up on that. Great programs, by the way, underway, and really happy to see the cross collaborations with and partnerships, like for instance BBPA, and there's lots going on with financial institutions. So maybe we could develop a bit more on that, because there's so many that are doing, Black-based funding and all these different things. But I wanted to find out whether there is a way to have a holistic package where me as a Black person comes to it and I'm like, okay, I want to look at this sector, the IT sector, the STEM sector, the cultural sector, research, arts, beauty and fashion, and I'm able to kind of like go through that, and it's able to take me through that without kind of having to see this full list. And me as a Black woman, I'm able to see those different supports, or a Black youth, I'm able to see that, these different things, a business owner, someone looking to on a mortgage or something like that, something that holistically brings everything, because there's a lot going on, and I feel like maybe sometimes it's like in different places, but if we have a place where this is the landing page, and you as a black person, it takes you through that, it navigates you through all the different supports that are available, and shows you also the different partnerships that are in place. That's just something that I wanted to throw out there. Thank you.
So through the speaker, thank you so much, Ms. Namara, for your question. One of the things that I actually, your question kind of reminds me to mention is that the EDC team is looking very much at enhanced marketing. And to your point, part of that enhanced marketing needs to contemplate the different types of messaging and the way that messaging gets shared around the city, whether that be to neighborhood improvement areas, Indigenous communities, Black and equity deserving communities, and how that all is actually captured in social media. So thank you for your question. We are beginning to really look very closely at that work, and certainly, as we are working with partners, I mentioned the DMZ earlier. As an example, Ryerson University, or Toronto Metropolitan University. I'm a grad of that space, and I'm just getting used to the new name. So forgive me for calling it Ryerson, because it's actually Toronto Metropolitan University now. And I think ultimately what we're looking at is, how do we let folks know all the different programs, all the different opportunities. There is so much, to your point, and we do need to try to make it clearer what are the opportunities, what is actually available, and segment the information so that folks can really take up the opportunities that are being created to actually create prosperity. So thank you for your question, and we'll definitely look more deeply at that.
Thank you very much, Cheryl, for the response. And I'm just looking at the screen and just flipping over. So just give me a second here to ensure that I'm not missing anyone. I think I've got pretty well everyone who wished to ask a question have done so, and comments have been made. Oh, by the way, I just wanted to mention Black Urbanism as well, as a group that's actually working in the Little Jamaica area. I know they haven't been mentioned, but they were with us at our last meeting, and I just wanted to mention that group and the work that they're doing, and the collaboration that we're looking forward to seeing everybody coming together and working in the best interests, right? So, Cheryl, you had your hand up again. Is that a hand up?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to respond to Molly's earlier question with a clarification for her. I did receive some additional information about the DMZ, so I thought it's no time like the present. So with regards to the DMZ, the DMZ, in fact, is a space that actually requires applications. So for the business owner or the entrepreneur or somebody who's interested in problem solving around innovation and technology, there has to be at least one full-time founder who can be dedicated to the program in partnership at the DMZ. They have to be collaborative and a team leader, and there must be an in-house technical lead as well as a functional MVP, and there needs to be an ability to become a venture backable business in a growing market. So this is kind of the outline. But when you look at the DMZ website, dmz.ryerson.ca, there's also a program called the Black Innovation Program, and I just wanted to flag that for everybody. And that Black Innovation Program empowers the next generation of Black-owned tech startups. So for those folks who have young people or are themselves tech savvy, this is a really great opportunity, the Black-owned tech startup program, to be able to have Black entrepreneurs in particular encounter support where they generally encounter steep challenges. So I just wanted to flag that for folks. If you are not aware of that program, take a look at the dmz.ryerson.ca/BIP program, and there's more information there about the Black Innovation Program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks very much, Cheryl, for that. So, members, I would like to move that. Is there anyone with this? Sorry?
So I just wanted to clarify, that's the DMZ. What about the youth skills development? You'll report back as it relates to the catchment? Okay, thank you so much for clarifying.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. All right, is there anyone else wishing to make a final comment? Burning need to say something further on this particular item? I'm just looking at the screen. Jay, I see your hand up. Go ahead, please.
I just want to say that I'm grateful to be co-leading this work with all of you. That's all.
Thank you very much. We're happy that you're doing that, quite frankly. All right, members, so I'd like to move that we receive the presentation from Ms. Blackman and Ms. Pitter. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. That item has been dealt with. So we're moving on, members, to CR 7.3, which is a response to systemic anti-Black racism in education and newcomer support. We have Farida Adams, who is a staff lawyer at Black Legal Action Center, and Carrie Daniel is here as well. And she is the Executive Director of Parents of Black Children Community Groups. They're here to give their presentation. So I'll turn the floor over to both and welcome you both to our meeting. Go ahead, please.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Okay, I just think I need to.
I can hear you, not very loudly though. I just wondered whether or not it's possible to get your volume up from your end. Actually, I know my volume is up, and maybe we can just get you to speak again.
Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Much better. Thank you so much. You may begin.
Great, thank you for having me. I think I just need to share my screen, so if you can give me the ability to do that, that'd be great. Okay. Okay. So thank you for having me. My name is Farida Adam. I'm a staff lawyer at the Black Legal Action Center. I was invited here just to give some information about the work that we do at Black and a little bit about some of the initiatives that we have going currently. I'm going to speak about what we do at Black, and then Carrie Daniel is going to talk about the work that she does for parents of Black children. They're completely separate organizations and entities, but we do some great work with them. Okay. So these are the discussion highlights. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what we do here at Black. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our vision and mandate, and then we're going to get to the meat of the conversation in terms of what we see in our work in terms of the manifestations of anti-Black racism. We'll talk a little bit about two projects that we're working on or have worked on, the School to Prison Pipeline and the Collective of Child Welfare Survivors, and also some work we're doing with in immigration, our systems, our children, our responsibility, and hopefully we can get into a conversation about what we can do. Okay, so at Black, we work to combat individual and systemic anti-Black racism. We work in the following areas: housing, education law, human rights, employment, prison law, and social assistance. And I've placed our vision there for you to look at. It's always a pleasure to be able to see that and to be reminded of the work and why we do the work. This is our vision and this is our goal. A vision, a society where anti-Black racism is named, meaningfully addressed, where the humanity and dignity of Black people are centered, where the laws and the legal systems are reflective of the real experiences of Black people, and where racial equity and full participation of all Black people in society is achieved. So it's obviously very lofty, but I think when we're doing this work, we have to sort of keep that vision in mind. So this is the intake process. If you are a Black Ontarian and you are financially eligible and you're experiencing anti-Black racism in the following, the areas that I mentioned earlier, you can call this 1-800 number. You can send an email. We also have a web page that's going to be active to do an intake over our website. And you can call us and we can start the process. There is a financial eligibility criteria to be eligible for our services, and that's because we are funded by Legal Aid Ontario. And as you know, Legal Aid Ontario offers legal services to low or no income folks. So there is a financial eligibility criteria. Generally, our lawyers call back in 2 business days. We also receive referrals from other legal clinics because we're part of a big legal clinic system. And support persons are always welcome. We often work with family members and other workers and that sort of thing. This is the working definition that we use of anti-Black racism. I believe it's the same definition that you folks use. And again, this is important. We keep this in any presentation that we do, just to remind ourselves about what is anti-Black racism. And again, if we're hearkening back to our vision, why are we doing this work? Okay, so I'm going to just speak briefly about what we see in our work on a daily basis and how we see anti-Black racism manifest. So we see it most frequently in policing. We see racial profiling, and we see over-policing of Black people, and that's including youth in schools, and we see under-policing. And what we mean by under-policing is that oftentimes when our clients call the police for support or help, we find that there's a minimizing of what the person is calling about. But if someone else is calling the police about a Black person, often we see it a little bit escalating, right? The matter always seems to, unfortunately, escalate. We see it in our bail system. We don't do criminal law, but we often give summary legal advice about criminal law matters. We see it in an over-reliance on sureties, really strict bail conditions, unnecessary bail conditions, and oftentimes we see bail conditions that set up our clients for failure. So oftentimes we'll see a client who has an addiction problem and there's a condition in the bail that says they're not to drink alcohol. Well, that's setting the person up for failure. And essentially what you're doing is you're criminalizing that person for having an addiction. So we see that quite frequently. We also see it at sentencing. I'm sure all of you are aware of that recent case of the Court of Appeal, R. and Morris, where the court was asked to look at sentencing factors for Black accused. And we see a lack of recognition about anti-Black racism there. We see it also in jails and prisons in Ontario and across this country. We see discrimination just happening in terms of what jobs you can access, what products are available. We see it in terms of parole as well. So aside from the bail and the sentencing, we also see it in the prison conditions. We see it in the child welfare system. We see the rates of apprehension. I'm sure you're all very well aware of that. And based on the percentage of population that Black people make in this province, it's obviously disproportionate. The same thing is true with the education system. We see disproportionate level of education, discipline, suspensions, expulsions, and we see the pipeline. When Black youth often encounter some difficulty in school, there is a tendency to escalate again the situation, and oftentimes police get involved, and that's where we see a lot of the initial interactions that our communities have with policing is actually through school. And finally, we see it in employment, obviously, in terms of the employment rates or unemployment rates, and we see it in immigration. We also see overall, all of these things have been kind of exacerbated through COVID, and the experience of COVID has sort of made all of these things, unfortunately, worse. Okay, so what are the issues that we see in policing in particular? We see this. I mean, these are issues, again, that you are all very much aware of. We've studied these issues. We reviewed these issues multiple times. We know that police are more likely to stop, detain, and search Black people. We know that police are more likely to charge Black people. We know that police are more likely to arrest Black people. We know that police are more likely to use force against Black people and seriously injure and kill a Black person. And this is from the Ontario Human Rights Commission reports in 2018 and 2020. So these are relatively recent, but again, these are things that we know as Black people. And again, this is some information that we got from the interim report into the inquiry of racial profiling by the Toronto Police Service. So we know in Toronto, a Black person is nearly 20 times more likely than a white person to be involved in a fatal shooting. And these kinds of stats scare us. And this is why, again, we do the work that we do. So this is something I just do. And oftentimes I give this information to students and young people. just do a quick Google, put in arrest Toronto, and these are the images that come up. So again, it's a stark reminder of the work that we do. And it's not unique to Toronto, it's not unique to Ontario, but this is, oftentimes I think it gets usurped in the conversation to other jurisdictions, but this is our jurisdiction and this is our city. So moving on from that piece, and although they're all interconnected, we see the stats in terms of the disproportionate rate again of child welfare and child apprehensions, and essentially the overall participation of Black families in the child welfare system. And we see that again, that's disproportionate. We also see that again in education, and something that is coming up more and more and more is how racial violence takes a toll, a mental toll on our kids. From comments that other students make, from comments that teachers make, and generally the culture at different schools, we see this taking a mental toll on our students in particular. I put an image there. I don't know if you've all heard of this Joshua Telemik incident where this young boy was graduating, and this wonderful moment for him, and instead of having the tribute to his grandmother placed in the yearbook, we have this reference to an animal, an ape. This is the experience of our kids, right? We don't get to have joy. Somebody mentioned that earlier, this idea of Black joy. Our children deserve to experience Black joy, and unfortunately we don't see that happening, especially in this jurisdiction. So like I said, we see a lot of our clients come to us with allegations against teachers. They're saying teachers treat them badly, or teachers condone bad behavior, bad comments. We see it in school suspension practices. Again, a disproportionate use of suspensions for Black youth. We see the use of police by school authorities. Generally, we see again, a lack of de-escalation practices, and rather an escalation practice when we're dealing with young people. And again, we're not just talking about high school students, or we're not talking about junior high students, we're talking about elementary age students as well. And then we see police treatment at school, where again, once police are involved, we're likely dealing with a criminal charge, and this young person has to go to youth court. Sometimes they can access diversion, but sometimes they can't. So that's again another reality. So I want to just talk a bit about our Links to Justice project. So we were having a lot of clients come to us, Black families coming to us with a variety of issues in the education system. And so we led a province-wide research and advocacy initiative on anti-Black racism and oppression in our school system. And essentially what we did was we connected with Black communities across the province to provide spaces of mutual learning, increase access to resources, and to advocate for meaningful change and policy reform within our justice and education systems. And more broadly speaking, addressed and spoke about this idea of the school to prison pipeline. And this is the definition that we were sort of working with in that project, this idea that through disciplinary practices and policies, teachers and administrators criminalize our children and push students outside of schools into direct contact with law enforcement and the criminal justice system. So as I said earlier, colloquially, we know that a lot of our clients, their first interaction with the criminal justice system happens when they attend school, which is unfortunate and deeply problematic. We did a bit of a kind of a documentary. I was hoping to play it for you to see. It's this is just the trailer. Let me know if you guys can hear it. If you can hear it, just give me a thumbs up.
Society says that Black men or Black women are what? Angry. When simply he's a 5-year-old boy being a 5-year-old boy.
This white boy, he was whacking me while saying slavery 2021, and I'd buy you for $400 an hour.
You spend 6 to 7 hours in a space where you're made to feel like an outsider, when in fact, you should feel welcome.
I do have a lot of friends who, unfortunately, they dropped out of school.
These young people end up into group homes, again, not able to understand, the trauma that Black children experience.
There are many different reasons why Black youth may end up in the youth criminal justice system.
Interacted with the justice system.
find a safe place here. This initiative focuses on the school to prison pipeline, connecting directly with the Black community across Ontario.
Okay, so that's just our story of the documentary. I don't know if some of you attended, but we are planning to post this to our YouTube once it becomes available. Part of the project also included the development of a resource guide. These are the regions that the resource guide links to, all the way from education services, family services, regional services that offer services specific to Black communities. These are the regions that we've developed this guide for. It's listed on our website, so if you have any questions or concerns, or you want to look through the guide to see what resources are being cited, please take a look on that guide. These are some of the recommendations that came out of the work that we did with the project. I'm sharing a few of the recommendations, not all of them. Again, this report is going to hopefully be out in the summer, but you can see that in connecting with Black community, there was this theme of creating an environment where Black kids can succeed. And a lot of the suggestions and the recommendations are related to that. These are some more recommendations. So this idea of finding meaningful ways to discipline students instead of engaging in suspensions, expulsion practices that are often inequitable and more punitive for Black students, enhance equity in hiring practices across all systems. And it's something that a recommendation that I thought was quite interesting is this development of constructive relationships with the children's school and with other Black families, so that there are communities to address these issues, especially if there are jurisdictions that don't have that many Black families and supports. I'm going to speak briefly about this other project that we currently have. It's called the Collective of Child Welfare Survivors. We're in partnership with the work that they do. I've listed their contact information and the name of the executive lead and some of the other folks who work on the project. And this is, again, something that we saw in our work, is that there is a lack of services offered to welfare survivors, people who have aged out of the system, who are often, given sort of garbage bags with their belongings and told to sort of figure it out. And most of us know that when, you're in a family and you have parents, the moment you turn 18, you're generally not just kicked out of your home and sort of expected to figure things out by yourself, but often children who've been in care have that as their experience. And so this is a great partnership, and we're excited to see the work that comes out of this. But yeah. And again, if you want to get in touch with the collective, their contact information is listed there, and I'm happy to send this slide deck as well. And another project, coalition work that we're doing is in relation to removal orders against basically kids who came to Canada and spent significant time of their childhood in Canada as subject to the child welfare system, and face any kind of difficulties. Oftentimes it's criminal difficulties, and then are subject to deportation hearings. And so Black is a part of a coalition of community organizers, and we are requesting that the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship immediately reinstate any permanent resident status or any former permanent resident in Canada who came to Canada as a child and spent any period of their childhood in Canada's child welfare system, and were essentially asked to leave because of any type of criminality or accusation of criminality. The argument here is that if you take a Black child into care, you become the parent, and therefore are responsible for making sure that that child's care is adequately taken care of. And that includes doing things like applying for their citizenship, which oftentimes does not happen. And so we don't feel that our children should be penalized for being involved with such systems. So that's and I like the name of that coalition: Our System, Our Children, Our Responsibility. I'm just going to briefly talk about what we can do, and I think we're going to get into a conversation after Kiri has finished her side of the presentation. But I think a really important thing that we're seeing at Black is the importance of evaluating where resources are being allocated. Things like policing budgets versus community safety crisis response, reviewing practices and policy that disproportionately affect Black communities. Things like housing, Toronto community housing comes up pretty much every day in our work, and the sort of difficult relationship that our clients have with service providers and social services. Transit and bylaw enforcement, I know that you guys are doing some work on the TTC, but we see this a lot in our work as well. Black clients who get on the TTC and are stopped by bylaw enforcement and issued tickets. We see it, I'm going to say, even when we go back to this issue of policing, we see a lot of our clients will go to Walmart, No Frills, Canadian Tire, Shoppers Drug Mart. Those are the main ones. And some sort of conflict ensues and a security guard trespasses this person from the store. They can't go to the store. Well, why are they being trespassed? Not because they behaved in a way that deserved a trespass, because they questioned authority or they challenged something that was anti-Black. And we see that quite frequently in our work. That's actually what I'm going to be working on later today. And overall, just we see the criminalization of poverty. And even when we think about the emergency orders that came out of COVID, a lot of time we see any type of provincial power that allows police officers to stop someone and ask them where they're going. We see this disproportionately impacting Black communities. And so all that to say, all of this means that it's very, very important to collect race-based data, and especially disaggregated race-based data. And finally, these are things that I remember in doing my work daily. Addressing anti-Black racism does not equal diversity, does not equal multiculturalism. I was listening earlier to your conversation, and somebody said it's very important to name anti-Black racism specifically. It's important that we have an intersectional approach. Race lives with other, intersects with other forms of identity, including disability and gender and all of that. So keep intersectionality front in mind. The importance of centering the leadership of Indigenous and Black people, and that's very important in the work that we do. We tell this to everyone who will listen. We focus on the impact of the behavior and not the intent of the behavior. And then we address internalized, interpersonal, and institutional racism, and all of those being different. I think an important one is that acknowledging that people of color can be complicit in the oppression of Black people, including other Black people, right? And so that's something that we try to highlight when we go out and speak about the work that we do, is that anti-Black racism is certainly existing in the systems that we engage with every day, but they're also internalized, and we also have to be aware of our own fragilities and be able to remember that there are always things to learn and question. Okay, so that's the end of my presentation. Thank you. I've listed our contact information there. And if you want to reach out, you can. This is our Instagram, our Facebook, and our Twitter. We also have our website listed there. And you can reach out to us if you have anybody who you think would need our services. We're happy to do an intake and see what we can do to assist. I think then the next person is going to be Kiri, and she's going to talk to us a little bit about parents of Black children.
Thanks, Farida. I also have to share my screen, so just bear with me a minute. You can let me know if you can see. You should be seeing a PowerPoint. Can you see that?
Nope, cannot see it at this time.
Okay, 1 second. Let's see. Okay, I am not able to share. There's something, I think, with permissions, but
well, just 1 moment, please, Ms. Daniel. Clerks, are we able to assist Ms. Daniel with respect to the sharing of the screen? Is there something from our end that we could do?
Ms. Daniels does appear to have presenters' rights. So if you
Okay.
would just direct your attention to the bottom portion of the screen, there is an icon indicating share.
Yeah, I know how to do it. It's just I don't have, it's the permissions on my computer are not set, and it's going to
Oh, I
take me some
see.
time
Okay, so
to
it's on
figure
your
that
end.
out. So I can't do it now, but I did send my presentation a little bit earlier. So if you're able to project for me, that would be helpful.
Just bear with me for a second. I'm going to check with the meeting team.
Sure. Sorry. I can talk in the meantime about the organization. So Parents of Black Children was formed, you know, we've at least a couple years ago now. We started as a collective of parents in York Region who came together to address the anti-Black racism that our children were facing in the school boards in York Region, public, private, and Catholic boards. You know, one of the things that happened when we formed, there were a collective of us who came together as co-founders, you know, from different areas. So, you know, as a co-founder, I'm the executive director of the organization. My background is in organizational development communications, but also working within the child welfare sector and other social service sectors. So having that background and that understanding of the gaps in services for our Black families meant that when we launched, it became very clear that we couldn't just be an organization that would be servicing a regional, taking a regional approach to service. So our children within the education system, you know, the experience in York Region is not any different from the experience in Thunder Bay or Windsor or Hamilton or Toronto. And so one of the things that happened for us very quickly was that we became, we were contacted from Black families from across the province who were looking for support. We are federally incorporated, so we work across Canada, although we are centralized in Ontario. Thank you. So if you can go to the third slide. So we work across Canada. We are centralized in Ontario. We get contacted from countries across the world, and we have 2 chapters now in the United States, one in Maryland and one in Pennsylvania. And we're working on looking at how we create a chapter out west, because we get a lot of families reaching out for support in Western Canada as well, and on the East Coast. So, you know, we started as a collective of Black parents. One of the things that we knew very early on was that we wanted the organization to focus on transformational change. So our goal, our vision is really to create a peaceful educational experience for our children. We do a lot of work, government relations work, a lot of looking at the levers of change. And in 2020, we were able to get the Ontario College of Teachers with the provincial government to change the OCT Act so that discrimination was discrimination, racism was classified as a professional misconduct. It wasn't before, if you can believe that. You could exhibit racist behavior as a teacher, as an educator, and that was not considered a professional misconduct. It is now. The problem, however, is that it is not mandated reporting. So even if it is a professional misconduct, schools do not have to report to the OCT. So it's left up to organizations like ourselves, individual parents, to do that reporting, to make sure that there is a track record and to make sure that there is accountability for racist acts that our children experience within the system. So if we go to the next slide, please. So what we do can be categorized into 3 different pillars. We work around advocacy and transformational change. Some of that work I just explained to you, so looking at legislation and how we can utilize existing legislation to protect our families, and also work to change legislation to offer protection to our families. And then we do something called systems navigation. So this is nothing new to us as Black people and to the Black community. I always say my parents were navigators before navigation was a thing. And I'm sure many other people on the call have that same experience where, as Black community members, you're going into schools with your auntie or with your cousin and with your neighbor, and working together to address situations, working together to support families. So that systems navigation piece is the core and a big part of what we do. While we're working to do the transformational change, we recognize that our families need support. What we've done is we've taken systems navigation that Black families have been doing for decades, and we formalized it. So we've looked at organizations like Cancer Care Ontario, which is now Ontario Health, that has had, they call them Aboriginal patient navigators, and other types of navigators for many, many years. And we've borrowed best practices from that system, as well as from systems in the US that use navigators to support families, and we've codified that. Last year, the provincial government funded 17 Black organizations to do navigation work based on the work that Parents of Black Children has been doing. They call it something different. They call it Student and Family Advocacy, Student and Family Advocate Program. So there are 17 Black-led organizations that have student and family advocates across this province. PLBC leads the community of practice for those organizations, and they're essentially going into schools with families. So for us, we work as a 911 wraparound support for families. So, we get calls on any and everything, all of the issues that Farida described in her presentation, families are calling us for, and we're going into the schools to advocate, to support families, and to demand justice and accountability. What we're seeing in schools, we've termed as systems abuse, because it's violent, and it's racial violence against our children. We recently released a report, which you can find on our website, called A Call to Action, a look at systems abuse in Ontario's education system. And we are advocating for the Ontario Human Rights Commission to launch an inquiry into the anti-Black racism that happens within our education system. There actually has never been an inquiry. So we have been part of inquiries. We have done part of it, right? So we've had an OHRC inquiry into suspensions and expulsions. We've had an OHRC inquiry into child welfare and Black families, in addition to Indigenous families, but never looking holistically at the picture of what's happening across this province in the decades that the Ontario Human Rights Commission has been established off of the backs of Black people. So that's what we're asking for, and a part of our advocacy work that we're doing. And then the other piece that we do while we're doing the advocacy for families and looking for the transformational change is parent education and resources. So we do a number of parent workshops. We have a parent mentorship group, and we create resources for both the education system and for parents. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Oh, there's like 3 slides. So there was another presentation. One of the other things I'd say is we also, so while we work in the education space, similar to Farida, what she was saying is we know that there is that connection. You can't just, isolate your work into one system. So we also work across child welfare because there is that interconnection. Education is the leading mandated reporter when it comes to child welfare cases. And when I think about who I'm presenting to with this unit, I would say there's accountability here. If you look at child welfare, so Farida had mentioned some of the numbers, 40% of the kids in care are Black, while 8% or 8.5% of the population in Toronto is Black. That number is higher. It's actually higher now. So, there's a project called One Vision, One Voice, which was established many years ago that was created to look at the number of Black children in care and how to reduce those numbers. And all CASs across this province have a mandate to reduce those numbers, as does CAST in Toronto and the Catholic Children's Aid. those numbers are higher. The number of children who are Black children who are involved in the Toronto CAS and the Catholic children CAS system is actually higher now than it was just even a few years ago. So there is a real mandate here to look at accountability, why those numbers are higher, and where our children are where our children are hiding. And what we see a lot is that our kids are hiding within kin placements. So while they may not be taken directly into care, they're taken from their families, from their units, and placed with kin or kith, which is just as disruptive and also financially taxing. But we're also seeing the connection between what's happening in the schools and then looking at child welfare and also the criminal justice system. The last thing I'll say is we don't do a lot of programs with parents of Black children. We do not want to be a community group that is program based because it tends to polarize your focus looking down instead of looking up to create that change. The programs that we do run, though, we look at what the issues are and how it supports our families. So we have 100 students that we're currently supporting through tutoring. They're getting free tutoring 2 times a week, 1 hour each time. So that's 2 hours a week with a tutor one-on-one. And we also have Canada's first Afrocentric virtual campus. So I encourage you to take a look at our website. Children can go in there, they can learn about their heritage. And there is also a drop-in homework help program that runs out of that campus Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, and Wednesdays on another platform. But all of that information can be found on our website, and I encourage you to take a look.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Both of you for your presentations. And I'll just turn to members of committee to see whether or not there are any questions of you. I will start with Justice Betty, and then Ms. Hanson, you're next. Go ahead, please, Justice.
Thank you so much, Frida and Carrie, for your presentations. And Frida made a really good point around thinking about a nurturing school and classroom atmosphere. And a recurring theme in Carrie's presentation was around accountability. Carrie, you're familiar with my own experiences, my sister's experiences with the Toronto Catholic District School Board and the racist outburst that took place during a Zoom presentation in February. And accountability has been a serious issue as we look at this now 3 months out. I'm curious to hear about what type of accountability partners have you seen or partnership have you seen on the part of the school boards more so in your work with parents of Black children, and what are some opportunities perhaps for development? And I'll say that as a quick update here, my sister and I had the opportunity to speak with the Toronto Catholic District School Board Superintendent for Diversity and Inclusion. And while it was heartwarming to hear, it reiterated that teachers and principals have been undergoing diversity training, there was no real answer when it came to what accountability looks like when the training so clearly has failed, as it did in the case of the incident involving my sister and I. So we'd love to hear if you've been hearing more than just lip service from these school boards, and perhaps a sense of partnership when it comes to accountability as we look towards eradicating anti-Black racism.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And yes, I remember that conversation with you and your sister, and I'm, still disturbed by it. I think, I'll be really direct. We don't go to the school boards. We're looking for accountability for our families. So we're not expecting, we can't expect that they're going to be accountable for themselves. It doesn't work that way. You can't police yourself. You can't be accountable for yourself. What we encourage our families to do is sue. The N-word there is a worth on that word in this province. We say it's worth $30,000 because that's how much in York Region the board paid to investigate the use of the word, right? That's the cost that they put on that word. And what we have to recognize, and what we work on encouraging families to recognize, is that when you go through these experiences, we don't just have to accept it. It is a human rights violation. It is a human rights violation. Often what we're finding with families is that they're afraid of retaliation. They're afraid of reprisal. So even while they may have like a perfect case to file even just a civil lawsuit. Many don't want to move forward because they're afraid of what will happen, right? So we work to support them. We work through private lawyers to do lawsuits where they work on contingency with our families. We also we've worked with Black and also the Ontario Human Rights Legal Center. I can't remember what it's called, but it's the Human Rights Legal Center as well, where we send cases. So I would say you build your case. The reason why taking a legal avenue is important is because it provides a traction, like it provides a record of what is happening. If there is no record, there is no impetus for change. It also means that school boards, their insurance goes up, right? Like if you think about, we look at things that happen in the States, and the LA PD was forced to change because people were suing them so much that their insurance premiums were going up, and they ran the risk of not being insured. And we need to do the same thing for our school boards. I'm telling you, if I would encourage everyone on this call to take a look at our systems abuse report, which is on our website. It's under, I think it's under About Us, and then it says POBC reports. If you look at that report and you read what is happening to our children in our schools, it is it is beyond alarming. It is beyond alarming. And it is, when we talk about, there's nothing it is not too small to say, I'm going to sue you because of this experience, because our children are coming out of the system harmed and scarred. It's a miracle when they're able to walk across that stage to get their diploma and to make it onto post-secondary. And even when they are making it, how are they making it? Are they coming out whole? No, right? So, when we think about accountability, we're looking to those external bodies, but it's hard. I can't tell you that, we get these little wins. So we get things like, we had the Toronto school board their leadership team commit to reviewing their policies, all of their policies, and redoing their policies from an equity lens. These are small wins. But then we're also getting cases from their schools consistently where these two things are not aligning. What their leadership is saying and what's happening to our children in the classroom are not aligning. So I can't, it doesn't answer your question directly, but what I would say is we need to use the mechanisms available to us to force accountability.
Very helpful. Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hanson.
Hi, thank you both for your wonderful presentation today. It's very heartwarming to know that this important work is taking place. I have two questions for you. The first one is, how does one go about promoting your organizations, and how do you already have an existing promotion for your organizations in schools? And my second question is, what types of partnerships are you aligned with to help you put out this very important message? I do recommend, if you're not working with them already, the Center for Black Excellence from the TDSB to work with as well. So if you could just give us, some ideas of how you're promoting your organizations, but also some of the important partnerships that you're also part of.
I can start and then I'll pass to Frida. So we are all over social media. So I would encourage you just to Google us, Parents of Black Children. And we have our website as well, which is a wealth of information. We've provided resources to parents. So we have an actual education navigation guidebook. And I would really encourage you to download that, to share it. And we also have one for educators as well, which went to schools across the province. Every school board across this province got copies in English and French, which tells them how to teach Black children, right? How to support Black kids. Like I said, there are 17 Black-led organizations across this province doing systems navigation work, and we lead that community of practice. So, our partnerships, I think, are focused within the community in that way. We reach our families often through word of mouth, but we're reaching people from across the world, really, who need the support. We do not partner with schools at all. So we go in to support families we have good relationships with some school boards. We meet with Colleen Russell Rollins. Like we have good relationships. We do not partner. We do coach sometimes if we're asked. We can provide coaching on what needs to happen. But any kind of formalized partnerships, we do not do with school boards because we can't partner with people who are harming our children. So I would say that's the approach that we take. We value our community partnerships. We have organizations like Black that we work with. And we have, we don't really partner with school boards, but definitely community.
Yeah, I'm going to echo some of the things that Kiri said. We're also all over social media. Depending on the audience, we find with youth, it's really important to have a social media presence. So we're on Instagram. The documentary is really important. Website, Twitter. We do PLEs, public legal education. So we've done a couple for the Toronto District School Board. I'm not sure if it was with that particular center. But if you are a service provider or you think this agency would benefit from a public legal education about Black, we do that work. So you can actually just go on our website and fill out a speaker request form, and we'll be doing that work. We work with any Black organization that fits within our mandate. So Parents of Black Children is one, but we have worked with all sorts of organizations. I can't even technically list them. And because we have a provincial mandate, generally what we try our best to do is not focus on Toronto. We have so many Black families in all parts of Ontario who really are desperately needing resources. So we do, the plan before COVID was to set up satellite clinics. So the first satellite clinic we set up was in Windsor, so we could have sort of like just a connection. But then COVID hit, and so we were doing a lot of things virtually. But yeah, I mean, the hope is that we spread the word out in the province that we exist, that we offer free legal services to Black people. And if you folks want to spread the word out, great. If you want us to come speak to your organization, like I said, you can go on our website and fill out a speaker's request form, and we're happy to do that for you.
Thank you both very much for that. I'm just looking to see whether there is any more questions. Ms. Daniel, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, ladies, and thank you so much for the reports and the wonderful work that you're doing. My question is more directed to Kiri. So Kiri, I have been saying for more than 25 years now, the Black community needs to start suing the school boards. And I say it consistently. Whether we have to have, the Black organization develop a standard letter that gets sent the teachers and principals to alert them. So I know that a lot of the wonderful work that you do focuses on K-12. My work is primarily in the post-secondary sector, and I get the students after they've been damaged by the K-12 system. I get them in the university where they're beaten down, tired, and then they're exposed to the same types of racism that they're seeing in K-12, right? The dropout rate of Black students in post-secondary institutions, colleges in particular, is extremely high. And that is an area that we have not looked at in any significant way. We're also seeing high dropout rates and disconnection of our students at the post-secondary level. The challenge at that point is many of our students have now borrowed money from OSAP. So they get stuck in that debt with no diploma pipeline, right? And then they're not then able to access additional resources to continue their schooling. Because again, there's the way in which the system has worked before is that once the post-secondary institutions brought students in, they would receive funding from the government. That was changed a number of years ago, and they had to prove that the students were being successful. So at one point, it was beneficial to the institutions to take our students, right? That has changed significantly. So it's sort of a long way of me sort of coming around to ask, are there any conversations within your organizations? And I guess this, Frida, this, you can also tap into this as well, to look at the experiences of post-secondary students who are experiencing extreme levels of racism in our institutions. And that's separate and aside from what us as faculty are dealing with, but just in terms of our students. Has there been any conversations with regards to those pieces?
Yes, thank you. You're speaking and I can feel it. I can just feel the emotion rising in me because you're 100% right. And yes, we have had those conversations because what we see sometimes, even with the young people that are working for us, that work for the organization, is that when as they're going through their post-secondary, they're reaching first year, second year, they're starting to process what happened to them in K-12. So they're all over the place. There's all this emotion and all of this trauma that's coming up for them, right? Which leads into all the issues that you talked about. We've had conversations with Laura May Lindo about post-secondary specifically. We haven't, and she's the NDP, anti-racism critic, but she's also the critic for, I can't remember the exact portfolio, but it's post-secondary education. And so she has been leading some work in that area, and we've been talking. We don't have anything formalized in terms of a program or anything like that, but we do get the one-offs where we have students who have come to us to help support with professors who are not providing accommodation, for example, or there have been a few instances like that, but it is definitely not enough support and something that we do talk about. We know that we know is an issue, and we started to have initial conversations, but definitely something for us to consider how we bolster and address more appropriately.
Okay, thank you very much. There are no further questions.
Excuse me, Deputy Mayor Thompson. This is committee member Maya Yaya. Please excuse me, my camera is not working anymore, but I would like to ask a question.
Fantastic, thank you very much. Go ahead, and I do want to bring this to a close, so
I had my hand up for a while as well, so.
I'm sorry, who is that? Molly?
Molly
I did not see you. Okay, great. So after you, Molly, I will bring this to a close. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Molly, would you like to go before me since you've had your hand up for a little while?
No, you can go ahead.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. So my question is just about your reach in Francophone communities, just because personally I have gone to Francophone institutions my entire life. And I know that oftentimes Francophone institutions are sort of isolated and sometimes that gets taken advantage of. And to put it quite frankly, anti-Black racism festers the halls of Francophone institutions. It is repulsive, honestly. So I just want to ask what your reach looks like in Francophone communities.
Maybe yeah, I can start. So I'm from Ottawa originally, and I, grew up doing the French immersion. I do speak some French. I'm actually working on a file right now with the Centre Francophone du Toronto on a file. It's a Black man who was violently assaulted by police, and so that's a French file. All of our current staff is being trained to do French work, and I don't know how much I can disclose of this, but we have been approached by some school boards in different jurisdictions who have addressed this issue of language, and that's something we're actually currently canvassing. So and actually, even in our prison law work, we've seen quite a lot of folks, Black people who are in French institutions in different jurisdictions who also experience a high level of discrimination, not just in terms of jobs or anything, but just the denial of Ramadan, fasting during Ramadan. That was actually a recent issue that we dealt with in a Quebec institution. So yes, a lot of our community speaks French, and so we have to be able to serve our community and meet them where they are. So yeah, that work is currently being done from our clinic.
Yeah, and we're the same. We want to serve Francophone community. We're in the process of bolstering our French material so that we can do that. But we do have families that reach out to us. We had 34 families from Ottawa, 34 from the same board reach out for support because their kids were being streamed into French as a second language programming. We're working with Black on those cases because there's such a huge number. Black and another organization in Ottawa as well. So occasionally we'll get families reaching out from Francophone communities, but we know that there is far more need. And they may not know about us. So we're trying to work on that. And if there's any connections or any way or any ideas that you have, we'd be open and welcome to hearing them.
Thank you, Maya. Molly?
Thank you. Thank you, Carrie and Farida, for such lovely presentations. This is geared to Farida. This preface by saying that this also comes from lived experience. So we talk about children that are in the CAS care that are not permanent residents, and oftentimes they go from the school to prison pipeline. I understand that this may be a challenge due to financial constraint, but I'm wondering if there are any thoughts given to probably a freedom of information request at the federal level, since immigration is under federal jurisdictions as it relates to kids that were in the child welfare system and have been deported back to their own countries. And I say this because not only are there lifelong trauma on those kids that have been in the system and get deported, it's also impact an entire family. And as I said, I can speak from lived experience. So I think this is an area that needs to be addressed. And on top of that, I don't know the challenges that may come about trying to perhaps seek some of those kids that are now adults and have been repatriated to speak on behalf of their experiences. I think that will be a very, very good project because I think this issue is more widespread than it being acknowledged. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with what you said, and I think this is an important thing that we have to move on, and that's what our coalition work is hoping to do, and the hope is that we can build on that and do a bit more on that.
Thank you very much for that. Just give me a moment, Mr. Clerk. Do we need a motion to work through? Should members wish to do so at this time? Seeing it's 12:23. Jonathan, are you there? Mr. Clerk, are you there? Not sure what's actually happening. We can't seem to get in touch with the clerk.
This is the host of the chair. I do see Jonathan is still in the meeting. I'm not too sure why he's not responding.
All right, so let me just take a moment to ask staff a question. This question is to you, Mr. Morgan. I'm wondering, how can we provide links to many of these amazing organizations that are doing really valuable work so that members of the public may have access to that information?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon.
In terms of answering your question, I think one of the critical ways is information sharing. So on our page in the CAVR unit, we offer links to resources, but also when we engage with different partners doing important work to support bettering outcomes for Black Torontonians, we use our various communication channels to ensure that members of our communities are aware of what's happening there in terms of what organizations are doing. There's also the Black Resilience Cluster, which is a cluster of some 50 Black serving organizations across the city. It certainly was constructed to be directly responsive to COVID needs, But as communities have come together, it's started to emerge as a broader strategizing forum, which the Black Legal Action Center at different times and has been connected to and involved in and presented at. And of course, Kiri, in various capacities that she served in community, has been connected there. And so using that as an ongoing forum for sharing information is key. And then, of course, opportunities like this with the advisory committee and the partnership and accountability circle, which is the CABR's program advisory, and making sure that they have the adequate information to cascade it into our communities are key ways to make sure that messaging gets out.
Okay, so you're viewing and looking at it in order to ensure that it does occur. That was what I was trying to draw. Okay, fantastic.
Oh, for sure, sir.
Thank you very much. Jonathan, are you there? So, folks, we seem to have lost the clerk. I'm not sure what has happened, but we have this item to conclude. Then we have two others, and I'm going to. Jonathan, are you there? I don't think we can. Okay, he can't hear us. All right, so I'm going to.
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, I apologize. My name is Nancy Fiorentino. I am with the Clerk's Department also. Just to let everyone know, Jonathan is online. He's just lost some audio.
Yeah.
A motion to extend past the lunch hour would be appropriate at this time.
Right. Yes, I wanted to do that. And folks, if we could do that as we normally do, but this is a procedural matter that we have to go through. So I move that we extend to complete the agenda and not to take a break for lunch at 12:30, because that would require us to take a 1 hour break and come back. And so I move to extend to complete the agenda. All those in favor? See a show of hands. Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. So is there any other comments on this particular issue from members of committee to speak? I think we've had a combination of speaking and questions interlope in the process that we've gone through so far. I'm just wondering if anyone else wishes to conclude to speak. Looking at the screen, I can't see anyone, and if I don't see you, if you could maybe just unmute yourself and let me know if you wish to make a final comment on this particular item. I'm looking at the screen. Okay, seeing none. All right, so I'm going to thank both of our excellent presenters, Ms. Adam and Daniel, for an excellent presentation. Of course, the response and questions that members have been able to pose as a result of the presentation. And I'd like to move receipt of this item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's thank you. We are now, members, moving on to our next item, which is CR 7.4, and that is approaches to curb anti-Black racism in our school, and it follows quite nicely here. We have Dr. Grace Camille Monroe, who's a manager, projects and operations, presidential implementation committee to combat anti-Black racism, Toronto Metropolitan University, formerly known as University X, as it states in my information here, and as Ms. Blackman has been pointing out, another name. So she's here to give us a presentation. Dr. Monroe, you here?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Great. We can hear you. I wonder, I don't know if it's a requirement to turn your system up just a little louder. Maybe you can just try to speak again for me so I can hear you again.
Can you hear me now?
That's much better. Thank you very much for that. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much to you, Chair, and also to the others who are here. It's such an exciting afternoon for me to have started my day at 9 o'clock, listening to some very encouraging advancements with respect to the life of Black people in Ontario and Toronto in particular, and even more so following on the heels of my colleagues who just presented on their work also in the education system. I oftentimes start off my presentation with the greeting Sawubona. Sawubona in Zulu means I see you, I value you, you're important to me. Over the last 20 years, I have committed my work both as a classroom teacher, but in addition to that, as a researcher, in looking at how one can adopt and adapt research-based data within various contexts to provide that sawubona experience for our students and their families. And as such, this afternoon, what I'd love to share with you are some considered thoughts on this process, but also to share my excitement around data. It's not oftentimes that you find someone who says that they get excited by numbers, but I'm one of the exceptions, and I hope that you'll be able to share some of that excitement with me today. So essentially, what I'd like to do this afternoon is for you to I want to share two to three takeaways. So if you don't hear anything else from my presentation this afternoon, I want you to remember the following. One, data, whether disaggregated or not, is a tool. It's not an end. Data will always speak, but we have to be willing to listen and take the decisive action and be bold in order for it to realize the expected outcome. It's my considered view that while the Toronto District School Board should be commended for the work that it continues to do in gathering research race-based data to inform us regarding the quality of education that our Black students in particular are achieving. Anti-Black racism, these ideologies and practices which are embedded within the system, poses the greatest challenge to the potential and promise of this data and research to dismantle and uproot anti-Black racism, and as such creates the dissonance by which the conditions and the atmosphere needed to bring about Black flourishing of our students and our families and our communities is also at risk. So I believe, therefore, that a call to action, again, starting early, is for this August body to continue its advocacy around continuing to hold the TDSB accountable to its commitment towards equity and Black student success, and to also reiterate what my colleague said before: sue them. Jonathan, if you could go to slide 4 for me, please. Thank you. So in essence, what I'll be sharing with you is just some preliminary information regarding student population and demographics within the TDSB. Currently, there are around 247,000 students in the TDSB, of which students who identify as Black make up 11%, which is close to a third. That's around 26 to 27,000 students. Of this group, most of the students were born in Canada, of parents who were born outside of Canada, primarily from the Caribbean and continental Africa. I want to go more specifically now to just a brief definition of what it is. When we talk about disaggregated race-based data, what do we mean? Jonathan, could you go to that slide for me, please? That would be slide 4. The disaggregated race-based data speaks to the breaking down or breaking out of racial and ethnic categories provided by data drawn from the lived experience of distinct groups or peoples. It helps us to identify systemic barriers at the system, school, and classroom levels. It helps to highlight the impacts of these disparities, and also provides measurable evidence of the nature of this impact, but also the extent. It can also be used, when applied appropriately, to assist us to identify the interventions to address inequities, racism, the discriminatory practices within our education system, and also provide somewhat of a roadmap as to how we can promote equity and Black flourishing across our system. Next slide. It's my considered view, looking at the data provided by the Toronto District School Board, which out of a motion in 2004 started collecting race-based data in 2006. So a very long tradition of data collection. In this regard, they continue to collect data on demographics, students' participation and engagement, along with some other very clear key performance indicators as outlined within the conventions when one is doing research in the education system, oftentimes carried out using surveys and focus group data collection methods. This has resulted in the TDSB producing a wide range of reports and fact sheets, starting with the first census in 2006, one in 2008, another in 2011, and now the board has asked that census be collected on a 5-year basis. So the last census was in 2017, and they're now currently preparing for their 2022 census. The TDSB, as a result of the data, has done a lot of correlational studies and longitudinal studies based on this data to provide us with insights into the academic pathways, early literacy suspensions, and among a lot of other topical educational issues for its public. And I think that, as I said earlier, the TDSB is making some strides in this regard in terms of how do we use this data to address the disparities that are impacting on the lives of our students. But particularly in 2017, with their focus of the Equity for Excellence and their multi-year strategic plan, which specifically focuses on dismantling anti-Black racism for our Black students. However, Jonathan, if you could go to slide 8 for me, please. Thank you. However, what we have noticed is a very troubling trend. Next slide. Thank you. Is a very troubling trend. If you look at all of the research reports and publications, both provincially and otherwise, going back almost 30 years, you will see a consistent story emerging that the issues that continue to impact on the lives of Black students persists. Black students continue to report having far less successful experience in schools from kindergarten through to grade 12. And this speaks to some of the limitation of the use of race-based data, which is a lot of times, as Marzano speaks of in his research, one of the challenges that persists where data is concerned is the capacity to be able to translate this research into concrete and measurable outcomes in schools and in classrooms. There's also the competition of shifting and competing priorities at the school level, the capacity of school leadership and administration to address issues, the context of our schools, school climate, norms, and the implementation capacity, the process of decision making, human and material resources, and timing. However, the current director of education has reported that the greatest challenge in her mind to the work that is being done is the prevalence of anti-Black racism. Consider this, as I said to you earlier, data is a tool. If there isn't the appropriate mindset, if there isn't the appropriate capacities within the school to use the data in order to bring about transformation in the areas needed, what we will then have is a situation where the data simply just describes disparities, but lacks the inspired action that needs to lead to meaningful and effective action. It is also problematic in that race-based data within the context of anti-Black racism, as we are seeing now, can oftentimes be used as a weapon. In essence, it further entrenches biases and negative stereotypes about our students without focusing on the system and, of course, the leadership which perpetuates this problem. It therefore comes to mind for us to take action around what do we need to do in order for this change to come. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Perfect. So in speaking about the greatest challenge to anti-Black racism, as has been stated, is that we now need to create a system or an environment where the school improvement, which school improvement and effectiveness studies has said in clear terms that in order for change to really occur, it's not at the system, but it's in the classroom. And therefore, what I'll be proposing in going forward in terms of how to make data work in a more convincing way is based on what the new director of education has also said. Here is our opportunity at this time, and I believe it's always a call to action for us to reaffirm our stance on anti-Black racism and being intentional in creating the environments within our schools to create the spaces where our students can thrive. Having worked in for a very limited time within the TDSB, working with the Center of Excellence for Black Students Achievement last year, conducting focus group interviews with over 200 students, including students from our French immersion program. What was consistent was that the classroom was a space of trauma and great violence. And what came back from us was that it doesn't matter how much research we do, the research will be consistent. Where we need to go now, however, is putting into place those accountability mechanisms, whether internally or externally, to hold the system accountable. And I just want to share a few thoughts around how we can achieve this. And following on this, I'd love to hear your thoughts on these ideas also. Jonathan, can you go to the slide that speaks to making data work? Continue. Next slide, please. Next slide. Perfect. I'd like to start with leading, the idea of leading with Black student success in mind. And by this, I mean, a lot of times when we look at the documents, I think always so nicely written, but because there is oftentimes a lack of a clear understanding as to what it means, what Black student success and outcomes mean from a strengths-based approach is often missing. A lot of times when one speaks of students, Black students in particular, it's always with a notion that they need to be fixed. It's always from a perspective of a pathology. It's always from a perspective that they are trouble. And so the attempt now is for us to again, with principalship, with school administration, is to transition to a place wherein we see our Black students as assets, as blessings, as talents to be discovered and to be nurtured, and to provide them with the environment for them to nurture and grow. It's on that too that the idea of responsive leadership it needs to also be addressed in this case, with, and not just responsive leadership, but responsive leadership with anti-Black racism and Black flourishing lens in mind. I think too that there needs to be the creation of a culture of self-evaluation. Many times our schools receive data, however, the data is either in the principal's office or it's somewhere nicely tucked away, but it does not translate into the classroom, into meaningful change in pedagogy, the environment, the changing norms, the change in literally how one operates. And as a result of that, we find the system continuing to continuing to do the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. I do also believe that a greater focus needs to be placed on accountability and robust reporting to our communities, so that the school system and the schools in particular can be held accountable. Next slide. The next point that I'd like to bring about or to speak to is the idea of institutional strengthening and capacity building in order to make data work. And by this, I mean, again, it's exposing and entrenching the work around how to address anti-Black racism appropriately within our schools through leadership, while creating this atmosphere of and the conditions necessary for Black students and their families to thrive. I also believe that there needs to be an intensification of targeted, high quality and ongoing professional development and training in understanding anti-Blackness, anti-Black racism, and how it manifests itself in our school system and in our classrooms. I think a great way that this could be addressed is by ensuring that our principals or teachers and support staff are equipped with the critical frames, lens, and tools needed to enhance equity within their classroom. And some suggested areas that we could start with is, of course, critical race theory, intersectionality, the idea of understanding what do we need in our school system to make or to provide positive youth development and outcomes for our youth, and also creating classroom environments where there is culturally relevant and responsive pedagogies. Next slide. The other part of this, I believe, is the building of the organization and the technical capacities to know how to use data. A lot of times we tend to we have this misnomer that because you have data is a miracle, and it isn't. Data has to be interrogated. Data has to be normed. Data has to be understood, because it is indeed a language, and for that to happen, I believe also that it has to then become embedded in a lot of the work that we're doing in terms of informing what happens in instructional leadership, in the teaching practices linked to decolonization, anti-oppression. But also, I like the idea of saying that when we dismantle and uproot, we have to replace. Yes, nature abhors a vacuum. And so when we dismantle and uproot, we need to replace with the conditions, with the philosophies, with the practices that affirm and centers our students. Next slide. The next slide just quickly speaks to the idea of again, school accountability, by which we through the work that we do, that it, especially the school improvement planning process, we ensure that it reflects the TDSB's commitment on anti-Black racism and aligning these to the goals and outcomes for Black student success. I'd also like to proffer in terms of data itself. There's a lot of times with the research that we get from whether TDSB or whenever, that we only look at the disparities. I believe that there is so much richness also looking at the other side of the coin. For those students who are doing well, what can we glean from this research to better understand the school and the non-school factors that promote and hinder the performance and overall success of our students? There's also the issue by which we tend to use data only to assess student performance, but we neglect to look at or take account of the school climate and the teaching practices, which in my mind contribute to a very large extent to student outcomes, and research actually bears that out. So in essence, the idea of us putting in place a 360 student assessment framework that also includes the teacher and also includes the principalship in our assessment of how our students are doing. And I believe too that at this point, it would be a good idea for us to establish something of a balanced scorecard for schools, that parents, students, and the wider community can better understand how it is that, based on what we have put forward as our commitment, I want to know as a parent, as a student, and as an external stakeholder, how are you doing in relations to those commitments? I draw a reference to Jamaica's Prism of Possibility, a report card on education in Jamaica that was done, and I was a part of that project close to 8 years ago. Next slide. I think too, and as I move towards closing, is the continued approach for us to engage our stakeholders in this process. In so doing, it's through the community and the coordinated efforts that I believe needs to be had here based on what we're still hearing, is for us to be clear in our language around supporting of Black students and the dismantling of anti-Black racism, for us to demand of the schools, the education system, the board, and also at the school level, what is the progress being made on the implementation? How can we support you in this process? But what are the challenges and the successes that you are having? And to name, I think this is a place where we need to be bold again in drawing out and naming the issue at hand. I believe the mechanism of the Center of Excellence for Black Students Achievement that is now established at the TDSB, the first of its kind in North America, to intentionally engage Black students and their families in the school improvement process, and also holding the system accountable. And finally, next slide, please. It's the idea, at least two things. One, I believe, is the engaging of the teachers' college in terms of how at what point the teacher preparation. In a conversation with a colleague of mine recently on this topic, what she advises that many of the teachers leaving the teachers' college or the teacher training institutions have not been fully immersed into anti-Black racism and anti-Blackness, and it may very well be one of the issues contributing to why we still have the anti-Black racism being such a prevalent, almost within our classrooms. I'll end by focusing on some other aspects of future research. I do believe, as I said, as a proponent of data, and as I said, data, you can't go wrong with data, except for where it's not being used, is to explore to what extent is race-based data being used in our schools and our classrooms to support Black students. It would be interesting to get from the TDSB a better understanding of this. I did see some work in their technical reports on this, but at this time, to what extent, based on all of the outcomes and the metrics and the targets that have been established, how are we doing in relation to Black students' outcomes? The other is, to what extent are schools even aware and meeting the goals outlined in the multi-year strategic action plan in the classrooms? How are school improvement efforts across the TDSB advancing this commitment around equity and excellence for students? I'm also particularly interested in also understanding what are the school and the non-school factors that contribute to the success of our Black students. And again, I'm not just talking about the issues that hinder. I'm also referring here to the issues that promote their success. And from this, it's what are the lessons that we can learn from any of the best practices emerging from this kind of research. In closing and in summarizing, as I stated earlier in my presentation, is that data is a tool. It's not an end. And I think we have gotten quite comfortable with just ticking off that we have done research and we have done this or we have generated data. But until it is applied in a meaningful way with the right mindset, in this case, using it to address anti-Black racism, it will continue to be performative, and it will also not be able to be used in the way to create the enriching environment and the conditions that are necessary for Black students to thrive. Thank you so much. I'd love to hear your comments and feedback in going forward. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Monroe, for your presentation. Members, the floor is open for questions, and I'm looking at the screens. I see Dr. Daniels, I see your hand first, and I will look to see whether I see any other hands at the moment. So just give me a moment, please, Dr. Daniels. I'll get back to you. Ms. Henson and yes, Juanita, you're there. Okay, so Dr. Daniels, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Grace Camille, I'm wondering if you can speak to two issues for me, please. You used the term culturally relevant pedagogy as opposed to racially affirming pedagogy. And I'm wondering whether or not you might be able to think about or to speak to the differences between those two, because I think it's one of the challenges that I see in terms of practices is this move towards culture. And one of the things I often say to people is that Black culture is loved. Black culture is replicated. Black culture is stolen, right? It's Black bodies that are marginalized, right? So I think if we continue to use the terminology around culturally responsive pedagogy, we're not necessarily addressing the issue of race. So I'm wondering whether or not you can speak to the possibilities of employing terminology that speaks to racially affirming practices as opposed to cultural practices.
And I know that's why you're my mentor. Thank you so much, Dr. Daniel, for that. But you're very correct. And I stand corrected in that regard, because what I've come to realize is a lot of time the terms that we use actually create a space by which we either name it for what it is or we don't. And when that occurs, we lose sight of the issue. And I agree with you that in this case, that yes, a lot of times our culture is perceived as it. However, the elements around the Sawabona moment, as you have heard me speak to, that which sees our Black bodies, that affirms our Black bodies, that honors our Black bodies, is oftentimes missing. And so I see where transitioning from culturally relevant to racially affirming pedagogies that lifts up who we are as Black folk is indeed an appropriate way to go. Thank you very much.
The other question that I want you to think through for me is with regards to how we present data. So we do recognize that Black students have a disproportionate rate of dropping out and being failed by the systems. But I'm wondering if we can speak to the alternative narrative, wherein which, in spite of the challenges, we are still seeing that approximately 60% of our students are managing to survive. And I want us to think about, if we continue to use the language of failure when we speak about our students, are we not therefore then replicating the ideology of failure amongst Black communities? And how might we be able to rethink that narrative so that we can speak to the narrative of success, which is absolutely central to our people and our race, right? So how might we think through a differential way of talking about data?
Agreed. And it's for that reason why I spoke about taking the strengths-based approach to how we see data and how we interact with it. So hence the idea of not just looking at the disparities, yes, and we acknowledge that, but it's also looking at what are in spite of that, what is happening, why some of our students are still performing. I'm of the view that if we can understand that, it can very well help us to reframe how it is. You mentioned the narratives of success, but I think it also would suggest to us that a lot of times when you look at the data, it almost seems as if it's victim blaming. You didn't perform. But I think we need to also ask the system that these students are not performing. what are you doing about it? And I don't think that has been a question that has been fully articulated with the TDSB to hold them accountable. So if the students aren't performing, again, as I said, what are you doing about it? And I think for me, being able to use the data on both sides of the coin will provide us with a more enriching view of what is happening in the system, but also looking at the limitations that data offers us, but also holding the system accountable. And the system here, I mean the TDSB, but also the school and the teacher in relation to how it is that our students are performing and the need for the conditions necessary to be put in place.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hanson, you have 5 minutes.
Hi there. Thank you so much for your presentation again today. I just had a question on the thread of accountability. I know that you briefly touched on staffing. This is more of a comment rather. I do think as somebody that does work for the Toronto District School Board, that staffing has a lot to do with how our students are perceived and how our students are treated in the school system. So that's something that you should also think about when presenting your research, is to how staffing is done in schools and who is employed to service our students.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mortine.
Oh, was that me? Anita? Okay, hi. That was an amazing presentation. Thank you so much for all the hard work that you're doing on this topic. Yeah, this what you've brought up, I think, is an important topic because it feels like a very much of a generational issue, and the Black community and activists such as yourselves have been fighting for Black students to have better treatment in schools for decades now. And it seems like it's falling on deaf ears. So I would love to hear from your like point of view, like what's the one thing that needs to be done so that, the next generation, we don't have to be having the same conversation for the next generation.
It's very easy for me to answer my colleague, and it's what Kerry said. Sue them. We have sufficient evidence, more than 30 years of evidence, to show that the system has been failing our students. The only way I believe that the system is going to respond in a constructive way is if they are sued. In Jamaica, we talk about having backative. Right now, the community needs backative, and the backative, I believe, is taking it through the legal system. Hold them accountable. Hold them accountable. And I think that for me, having looked at it, because it doesn't matter as far as I'm concerned, it is not down to the data anymore. The data is telling the story. We have not been listening, and we have not been taking the decisive action and being bold about the change that is needed. And I cannot see us sacrificing another generation of our young people, because if that happens, this won't mean anything. So my considered view is for us to sue them.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you very much. Are those your questions? Okay, thank you. I'm just looking at the screen to see if there are any other members wishing to ask questions. I'm just going to flip over, and if I don't see you, please just unmute your mic and let me know, please, that you're interested in asking questions. Okay, so going once, going twice. Let me just ask a couple of questions. And I know, Doctor, you pointed out the legal system, and I don't disagree with that. I'm just wondering whether or not you have any suggestions for us. We are in a provincial election. The policies of government is also important, and as the provincial government is responsible for education, I'm just wondering, are there questions that members of the community should be asking, and maybe demands that they should be making of the political parties? And one way of that is that in making those demand and getting the response, at least we have it on the public record in terms of what their respective positions are, and then following with lawsuits at a later date and so on, that coincides with respect to the government or the position of the parties that are campaigning to lead this province. I'm just wondering if you had any advice.
I do, and thank you so much for that question. I think it's clear that Toronto District School Board in particular, they have established their commitment to equity and excellence. That's outlined in their multi-year plan. I believe that what they have placed, they are beautiful commitments. I see that though as a basis around which we can go toward the political directorate and state some of those issues that they have. So for example, streaming, the issues around suspension, the issues around poor outcomes of our students, the special education, the labeling of our students, but also the impact of anti-Black racism, the prevalence of it, and the almost the permissive environment that this behavior is being taken. Those are just a few, but I do believe that that there is the role for the political directorate in this regard. And as you've said, I love the word that you've used coming from a politician, that the community needs to demand. I don't believe that we need to reinvent the wheel though, because it's already stated for us what those commitments are. We can add to that if needs be, but I do believe that there is that that space.
And just a final question, and then keeping in the theme of politics, is in terms of the city of Toronto and being Canada's largest city, the fourth largest in North America, and so on. There's a motion that's going to come that sort of speaks to requesting the TDSB and others to collaborate with our departments in terms of this, race-based data in terms of collection and how to utilize it. And you talk about, how are we addressing, how are we dealing with Black students, and we're looking for outcome, et cetera, equity, excellence. And you indicated as the last part, I made note here, that data is a tool. It's not an end in itself. It's how we apply it. So the city taking a position as part of this process with respect to the specific school boards and so on. And in as much as we don't control the school board, we do have a variety of different relationships that we work with the respective school boards on a variety of things. For example, use of gyms, use of our swimming pools, how we pay for those things. So taking that as a reference in terms of affecting outcomes and benefits for the community in those services, I think the application of that is also in education and responding to this issue. So I guess my question is, the role of a city, and particularly the city of Toronto, would you comment on what it is that the city could potentially be doing more of?
I'll start by saying that the mandates, even of this committee, but also I believe the mandate of the city around creating safe spaces, creating thriving spaces for all communities, including the Black community. If anti-Black racism isn't addressed in the schools, your mandate is going to be significantly undermined. And therefore, how I'm seeing this is that the city, this committee, and the rest of us, we have a horse in the race. We have a stake here. Coming from an environment where this is in Jamaica, working in the education system there for the last 20 years, we saw we're close to 50% of our students leaving the education system annually. This is about 50,000 students. 50% of those students leaving the system without matriculation requirements. In essence, they can't go on to higher education, and they can't go into work. That has now created a situation of national security, by which many of our young people are now unattached. And it's now creating havoc in the society. Not to suggest that there's a direct correlation with student dropout and crime, but it creates a permissive environment for that to occur. So the point that I'm making here is that the well-being the economic success, the social success of the city depends on what comes out of the school. And I think I'll leave it at that for us, for the city and this committee to look at creative ways by which we can demand accountability and at the same time use funding, I don't know, the use of whatever resources that we have to force the issue, to force the TDSB to deal with anti-Black racism and anti-Blackness.
Thank you very much for that excellent answer. All right, members, we have now come to the end of the questioning of Dr. Monroe. I don't see any more hands. I'm just wondering whether or not anyone wishes to, as a final comment, just to speak to this presentation. And again, I'm looking at hands, and if I can't see you, maybe you just unmute your microphone for me. All right. I don't see any hands. I don't see anyone wishing to speak. All right, I have a motion that I'd like to ask the staff to.
I have one.
Did not see your hands. I just saw it now. Go ahead, please.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I thank you very much for the presentation and for the very rich discussion. I would just like to say that the TDSB has been the only board collecting race-based data, so we don't even have a broader sense, for example, from the Catholic District School Board, and some of the same atrocities happen in that board as well. So now that the provincial government has actually mandated that all school boards collect race-based data, we should revisit this situation again, because that's due next year. And so we should be looking at this again, because if it's happening in TDSB, it's happening all over the province. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that astute comment. And this is the essence and the rationale for the motion that I'm moving here. And I think, and I'll ask staff to put it on the screen, I'll just comment. One of the things when I ask questions around the different school boards, and I won't get into sort of the nuts and bolts of it, but the response I had that was mentioned to me, particularly around the Catholic district school board, it's a matter that they'll get to. We don't know when get to will happen. It may never be in our lifetimes, and it may never be in our kids' or grandkids' lifetime, because it seems to be just left out there that it's going to happen and we should just trust them. Well, I think trust is now no longer something that we have, because our kids have been the sort of forebearers of the actions or the inactions. And I can speak to myself, having gone through the public school system here, I too have experienced it, like firsthand. The many stories that I don't tell because I want to see how we can move forward. It is that we've all been hampered by it, and if it was not for my amazing mom, I perhaps would be a stat that would not be talking with you here today. My life would be totally different. So the motion reads as follows, and let me just move this up here, that that City Council requests the Toronto District School Board and the Toronto Catholic District School Board collect and with Social Development Finance FDSA and other relevant city division to work with Black families, students, to explore and enhance ways to address anti-Black racism in Toronto schools, including embedding the collection and use of disaggregated race-based data to inform decision-making related to Black students' achievement, discipline, and experience, and evaluation framework to monitor school boards and develop anti-Black racism and African-centered education and resources to advance educational outcomes for Blacks and equity-deserving students. And if I can just add, Mr. Clerk, if I could just add where it says Black families and students, but I think other organizations, Black organizations as well, perhaps should be incorporated in this motion, because as we've heard from the presenters here today, there's a lot of organizations that have input and information that could help us as part of this process. So I would just amend the motion to include Black organizations in general. And there's a multitude of them, so perhaps we should also make sure that we lean on them. So certainly Black families and students who are having those experiences, but we also know Dr. Monroe's presentation, for example, that would be a good resource, and many others who have. Dr. Daniels, obviously, you may obviously be a resource of that as well. I'll get you in a second. I'll get you to answer questions. And so I just wanted to add that. Dr. Monroe, we don't normally take questions from presenters at this committee. However, I'm just going to ask members just to vary the procedures for a quick moment and to ask Dr. Daniels to either offer or a comment or to ask a question, and we'll just vary the procedure because I think this is extremely important, particularly from a professional like Dr. Daniels, who this is her business, this is what she does, and so on. So I think we can learn a lot. So I'll offer you that opportunity to Dr. Daniels. Dr. Monroe. Sorry, Dr. Daniels, I'll get to you in a moment. Yes.
Okay.
Let me go to Dr. Monroe first. Go ahead, please, Dr. Monroe.
Thank you so much for that courtesy. In your motion, the only thing I'd like to suggest is rather than speaking to an evaluative framework, is to change that to suggest an accountability framework, because they're two different processes.
Yes.
One requires an evaluation, kind of, sort of, but they're not one and the same.
And
so
we want results.
That's right, exactly,
Right.
and that's what it speaks to. That's what it speaks to. And at a later time, I can talk to Dr. D around the results-based monitoring framework that takes a formative and a summative approach to how one implements this kind of theory of change around, we want to see this, but these are the elements that must be in place for it to happen now. But it sets the premise upon which other things can be built. So in essence, it's an incremental change process that requires, though, that some very basic things are put in place. And I believe that the dismantling of anti-Black racism and anti-Blackness to be replaced with now Black flourishing, the idea of creating conditions necessary for Black flourishing ought to now be the strengths-based approach that we take in the language that we're using. And on that note, I'm going to say thank you so much for this opportunity, and to bless you all as I transition to another meeting that I'm late for. So yes.
And just before you go, rather quickly, 30 seconds, what I'd like to suggest is with yourself and Dr. Daniels and then Mr. Morgan and team and myself, maybe we can work on that to actually have that as a additional motion that can come to council to deal with this simultaneously as opposed to at a later date, because that will dovetail quite nicely into one another. So we'll follow up with you, then we can maybe just add that, because that we want outcome. We want to see those issues that you've just raised. And I think it's in keeping with respect to the motion.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you so much for being here, and we look forward to seeing you again. All
So
this.
everyone, blessings.
Thanks, bye-bye. Dr. Daniel.
Actually, I was sort of building on what Dr. Monroe was saying in terms of ensuring that there's language around accountability and transparency that's built into the motion.
Sure.
And if we could also ensure that the motion includes some type of a mechanism wherein which parents and students can provide feedback on the experiences that they're having with within the schools, right? So whenever there's a meeting or something like that. So again, the pieces to be fleshed out, but I think the motion in and of itself needs to speak to issues of transparency, accountability, and building in a reporting mechanism for the community.
Sure. And just as I say, that just in the interest of time, we actually do have the luxury of being able to add to a motion that could be added at council. So I'd love to work with you and our team to formulate that. And as Dr. Monroe has just stated, we're looking for outcome and how we address those. So if I can just leave that for the moment, because that will actually help to add more impact to what we're trying to do. But just with the interest of time, we have one item left, and it's going to take us some time. So I don't want to create the motion on the floor and on the fly, so to speak, because we won't do it justice. So if that's okay with members, I'm happy to do that and move that forward. And Mr. Morgan and team will work with you and Dr. Monroe, myself, and the co-chair, and we'll bring that forward. So if everybody's okay with that, we can just vote on the motion that's in front of us. Are we good? We're seeing nods of heads and so on. So, all right. there is the motion that's in front of us. It's been read. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much for that. All right, our next and final item, ladies and gentlemen, is the CR 7.5, engagement with the United Nations Permanent Forum for People of African Descent. Mr. Morgan, Anthony Morgan, manager of Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit, Social Development, Finance, and Administration. They're here to provide, with Social Development and Finance is here to provide a presentation. Mr. Morgan, you have the floor, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Now, I want to start by saying good afternoon to you members and co-chair Betty, and also, of course, Deputy Mayor Thompson, co-chair Thompson. I also really want to thank you for having me as a speaker for this, of course, being the final meeting of the CABRAC in this term. Now, the purpose of my sharing is to deliver a brief update on the CBR's work to connect CABRAC with the United Nations Permanent Forum for People of African Descent. Now, as committee members, you'll know that a central part of your mandate is to support the city to advance its commitment to realize the UN International Decade for People of African Descent, with actions to realize the program's goals of recognition, justice, and development. Now, as a part of this effort, the CABRAC identified the amplification and engagement of the work of the UN Permanent Forum as a priority area, and for that we thank you. The aim, of course, was to make sure that we're connecting the work of the CABRAC and the broader city of Toronto to the broader movement that is underway through the United Nations to improve the lives and well-being of Black communities through historical redress and ongoing efforts to advance policy change and outcomes. Now, to advance this priority that CABRAC has identified, the CBR unit staff has reached out directly to the United Nations Permanent Forum for People of African Descent. In December 2021, 5 members were appointed by the UN General Assembly to this forum. So now there are representatives from Costa Rica, the United States, Kenya, Egypt, and St. Lucia. So these are representatives who've been elected to sit on this permanent forum to support advancing the well-being of Black lives across the globe. Now, the U.S. representative to the forum, his name is Justin Hansford, Professor Justin Hansford. I met and been in conversation with Justin or Mr. Hansford before his appointment. And so, of course, upon his learning of his, sorry, I shouldn't say appointment, his election, as the members are elected, they're not appointed. But once I learned of his election, I reached out on behalf of the CBR unit to share with him or to find an opportunity for us as a city, not just the unit, but members of CABRAC and the different organs across the city to share with the Permanent Forum the ways in which the city of Toronto has emerged as a global leader and model for adopting and advancing the International Decade for People of African Descent. So I share with you members that we are currently in ongoing discussions, and we look forward to opportunities to connect more deeply with the Permanent Forum. As I mentioned, their permanent representatives were only elected in December. They are still this past December, and so they're still gathering their agendas and organizing their meetings. But one of them that I'm confident will happen is an engagement with us at the City of Toronto. And so that comes out of you as a committee identifying this as a key priority to connect the city to the broader United Nations channels. Now, in addition to this engagement, I want to note that the CBR staff have been working closely through the leadership of member Apefa Adjuvant to meet with the Canadian Commission for UNESCO. UNESCO, as many of you will recognize, is an agency of the United Nations system. Now, the Canadian Commission for UNESCO convenes the International Coalition of Inclusive Communities, of which Toronto is a member. It has branches in 96 cities in Canada and beyond. And this body is our direct link to advancing the work that we're doing under the International Decade to other jurisdictions, other municipalities. Now, a quick word on the commission itself. It has a mandate to improve their practices to promote social inclusion, and when it says their practices, improve cities' practices towards promoting social inclusion, establishing policies to eradicate all forms of racism and discrimination, and also to promote human rights and diversity. As many of you know, running from 2015 to 2024, the UN International Decade for People of African Descent really only has about 2 years left until its completion. And as far as we know, based on our engagement with representatives at the United Nations and contacts who are within that system, there is no aim to extend the decade beyond its current term. However, with the Permanent Forum for People of African Descent that has now been established, we aim to advance the decade's legacy through developing, and they will be doing so through developing a working group of stakeholders working at municipal, provincial, and federal levels to help assess projects and develop next steps towards the recognition of the decade. Sorry, I'm just getting a tech surge. Can you folks still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Morgan. Oh, he seemed to have been disconnected. As I said earlier, we ask for your patience, so let's just give him a few minutes just to reconnect again. Jonathan, if we're going to be delayed with Mr. Morgan, I may have to ask you to sing.
Chair, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes. Are you singing? Ready to sing?
I'm not a singer, Mr. Chair, but I can try.
Well, that's the spirit. That's the spirit. I love that, Jonathan. Thank you so much. We'll just give Anthony a few more minutes. I've texted him, so I'm just waiting to hear back. Right, so Anthony's obviously having some technical challenges, and I've not heard back from him yet. I'm just wondering, Anya or staff, does anyone have any idea as to the additional comments that Mr. Morgan may have wished to make and perhaps can interject and complete his presentation? I'm just wondering.
I'm just checking to see if he's going to be able to reconnect. Deputy Mayor, this is Milana from CIBR. And if not, we can provide those comments to
Sure,
our
thank you.
director who's
Thank you
here
very
on the
much.
call. Just give us
We'll
one
give
moment.
another minute then. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Just thank you for your patience.
It looks like Anthony's just logged back on here.
Okay, fantastic. Mr. Morgan, are you with us?
Hello there.
Hello, Mr. Morgan. Welcome.
I apologize for that. I'm not sure
No
what
need. It's technology. Please begin. Please begin where you left off.
Okay. So what I aim to say, folks, is that CABR's discussion with UNESCO staff has been ongoing. It's been positive, and we're identifying next steps and the possibilities of having the City of Toronto also present to other municipalities across Canada and beyond on the ways in which large municipalities like our own, with the kinds of Black populations that we have, can operate at the levels that they have power and jurisdiction to advance the outcomes for Black communities. Now, I want to note that this conversation has been very fruitful, and member Adjuvan has been really supportive in helping to facilitate this. And so in the coming months, coming weeks and months, we anticipate further engagement with UNESCO to ensure that the City of Toronto is connecting with United Nations decision-making and information sharing bodies. And this again comes out of the CABRAC's, not only its mandate, but you folks coming together and identifying it as a key item that you want to advance, making sure that the work that we do, of course, is heard and felt by Black Torontonians here, but also heard and felt by Black folks across the world. Now, the last thing I want to leave you folks with is, again, a thank you to the committee for your incredible leadership and work to advance issues facing Black communities. You've made this first iteration of the CABRAC a success, if I could say. I imagine, and I know that Deputy Mayor Thompson wants to speak more to this, but from the side of the CABR unit, most specifically, and the team that I have the honor of serving, working with you through our key leaders in Meseret Asneki and Milana Roberts, we've really enjoyed learning from you to table certain emerging issues and engage Black experts and identify various areas of action. And so we know that we are moving in a strong direction as it relates to accessing employment, enhancing entrepreneurship, advancing health and mental health, education and policing and justice issues. You've been instrumental in advancing these dialogues beyond some of the ways in which we otherwise would have been able to. So I really want to thank you all for that. The last thing I want to say is that ultimately through your work, the city has been able to demonstrate such a strong commitment to advancing the International Decade for people of African descent. And this is not just about the city holding itself up, but Black communities being heard in the ways in which they want to be seen and have systems respond to them. And so thank you, each and every one of you, for your service. It was an amazing pleasure and honor to work with you, to learn from you, and support you to be able to be advocates and informed participants in civic decision making to advance the interests of Black communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morgan. Let me see if there are any questions of you with respect to your presentation. See if there's any questions. Justine, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Morgan, for your presentation. Really good, very insightful, and the work that is being done to amplify the permanent forum, I think, is really, really, really key and important. I just wanted to check in. I know you mentioned about the cohesion and everything that is being done, but have you kind of sat down to see what other cities are doing? I've also heard that different organizations are trying to amplify and lobby the federal government to recognize this forum through an ambassadorial appointment, which would be something really good. I'm kind of like looking at it from my seat where I work with Global Affairs Canada. And this would be really a very exciting thing for Canada, as Canada, not only just as a city, and maybe in terms of, looking at what other cities are doing, this would be a nice thing to kind of like advance this civil enactment for the Black community. And I just wanted to ask whether you've heard of anything in terms of that, in terms of whether there's that push to have this recognized on the ambassadorial level at the federal level. Thanks.
Thank you for that question. So we know that while the city has been able to advance in many ways in this issue, we're not the only ones. And so the city of Halifax and the broader province of Nova Scotia has adopted an action plan for the implementation of the International Decade. And so in those ways, it's at the provincial level. Certainly, they're well advanced, more advanced than we are here. But we are in ongoing conversation with our counterparts in Halifax to identify ways to continue to advance this work through municipal level. There are definitely other groups in different municipalities that are more in the nascent stages of conversations on familiarizing themselves with the decade and the permanent forum and socializing it among their folks. But in terms of close proximity, it's Halifax's or staff in Halifax and community members out there and some provincial representatives that we've been in conversation with on this.
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Justine. I'm just seeing if there is anyone else. See anyone? All right, we have a motion. It's Apifa. I wonder if you could move the motion.
Yes, I'd love to. It has to come up on the screen, right? I have to read it out. Yes.
Of course, yeah. It'll come up in a second.
Okay, the motion is that the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee recommend that City Council request the Executive Director, Social Development, Finance, and Administration to work with the UNESCO Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities to engage other large Canadian municipalities on their efforts to advance the 2015 to 2024 UN International Decade for People of African Descent, to share and amplify learnings and Black experience, evaluate progress, and identify shared strategic actions to achieve and sustain long-term outcomes for Black Canadians.
Thank you very much. Let me see if there's any questions of you on the motion. Okay. See no hands. I don't see any mic unmuted. Okay. All right. So all those in favor of the motion that's just been moved by PIFA? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. The members, Mr. Morgan has started the comments, and I will start. And maybe I'll ask Co-Chair Betty if she wishes to have any sort of final comment, as this is our final meeting for this year, and obviously it's not the final committee, but it's just a final meeting for us at this particular point in time. And maybe I'll just ask Justice Betty just to comment, and then I'll conclude with my remarks. Go ahead, please.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Co-Chair Thompson. Just wanted to say an epic thank you to all of the members of this advisory committee, as well as the staff from the CABR unit. It has been an absolute pleasure working with all of you, specifically the discussion prep sessions and the ideation sessions in the lead up to each of these larger meetings, and hearing more about your own respective experiences and areas of expertise and shared commitment to advancing the status of Black Torontonians and the opportunities available to Black Torontonians, both now and also in the future. So very much so excited to keep in touch with all of you, but cannot thank you enough for the amount of time that you have invested into this and your commitment and energy to the topic. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Justice Betty. And I just wanted to also offer my thanks to all of you. Your input, your insight has been extremely helpful. When the mayor set out to establish and work with the community, establishing the CABR unit as part of listening to Toronto, listening to the Black community, few thought that, few thought much of it. And I think maybe they thought it was simply another political speak and so on. But the seriousness from the mayor, conversation that I had with him, a conversation I've had with a variety of different people, and it is certainly not just a few who are making this a reality. Clearly, members of this committee have just done tremendous work. The staff, the CABR staff led by Anthony Morgan, have just been fantastic. And of course, Denise Campbell and her leadership. Anita Grant, when she was here with the city, it's just the perfect world, perfect storm, perfect collision for outcome and benefits to certainly the Black community. We know that there's a lot more work to be done. There's no doubt about that. And I think each and every one of us are advocates for change. Well, what is the change that we want? Simply for a better life for people who are Black, who have been disenfranchised simply for being Black. We had no sort of hand in our reality of life. That's God's right and God's gift to us to give us life. And our parents, of course, have been instrumental in that process. However, in a societal perspective where we are viewed with great, sense of imperfection for some in terms of their perspective. That's not our view. We're viewed with suspicion. We're viewed with a criminal content in one's mind that we can only be causing trouble. We're viewed as being, something less. And again, I want to be clear, that's not everybody's perspective of us who are not Black. That's not the case. But we know that there's a systemic aspect within our systems that continues to disenfranchise and create inequitable conditions in the lives of Blacks in certainly this city, which is a great city, a city about diversity. But still, we have these shortcomings and these challenges. We've heard about the education system, which is broken and needs to be fixed. And it has the ability to transform and help and change to ensure that young people and people who want to be educated can be educated in a just and an equitable and a free society. But as we work through this, it will not change without us. So, it's the phrase, nothing for us without us. And the work that you're putting in, the efforts and the feedback that we are offering to the City Council of the City of Toronto, this is a big deal because you're helping to transform and change the future and the lives of Blacks in this city. And the future change that are needed for Blacks in this city will benefit not only Blacks and the Black community, but it will benefit all of us in our city. It will make the city a better place. It will reduce a lot of tensions. There's a lot of work that's actually happening, and there's a lot of people who want the changes that we seek that are not Black. And they too are working with us, and we have to ensure we understand who our partners are and advocate together for the changes that we want. We're not going to change any of the structure and the system by warring with. We're going to change by being constructive and focusing on showing and highlighting the disparities that exist, whether or not it's in housing, it's income, jobs, and the issue around racism and the impact that it has on us daily, microaggression, impact that it has on our community, the impact it has on our children, the impact that it has on our society as a whole. We hold ourselves out as the model of change to the world. We're not perfect. Yes, we've come a long way, but we know there's a long way to go. And so we're seeking the change by offering our insight and our input to effectively change the structure, remove the barriers that is consistent in terms of our inability to achieve the greatness that we can, the excellence that we are about, and so that our ability can form the consensus of change that needs to happen in the city. But it will only come when there is a light, the big light that we're shining in all the problems that occurs. And as we recover from this pandemic, we have to ensure that the recovery no longer leaves us behind, because in doing so, we will never have an opportunity to really make the transformation that we want. And so we know the political leadership from the City of Toronto, the mayor, the city manager, and others are there and are interested and are working diligently to address the issues that are facing our community and globally. Question that's been asked, about what are other places, other cities doing this around the world. We have been in touch with folks in London and varying cities in Europe where a lot of Blacks live as well. They are having similar experiences, and we're having some of those conversations. We will bring a lot of those folks together at a later date to have further conversation, because this is a global problem, right? So you may leave Toronto, but you go to any city elsewhere in the world, you may have the challenges and so on. And the final thing that I want to say about this is, as we talk about racism and systemic racism, we have to look at ourselves. As Black people, I think that we are all tend to, sort of focus on this problem, but we need to look at how we work with one another, how we relate to one another, and how we create opportunities that amongst ourselves we can succeed. And it's not simply a matter of finger pointing against another group or others. We have to look internally in terms of how we ourselves govern ourselves and how we work together. There are many communities and many groups that have come to this city late, in terms of if you look at the time that we've been here, and they have superseded past us. Question is why? Well, I think many of you have those answers, and part of that is that we need to work together as a community and as groups of people. It doesn't matter the shade of blackness that you exist in. It just matters that you're Black. And I think that we have a healthy perspective in terms of that understanding and appreciation, that it's time we start working and supporting one another. In addition to all the demands and all the things that we want to see change in a society where systemic racism is thriving, our school system is broken and not really that interested in fixing itself to accommodate and address our needs. I'll give you an example. I was having a conversation with someone just last night, and they talked to me about, in Brampton, and the conversation was around one that they had with non-East Indians and non-Indians in Brampton, and the conversation was, we have too many of those people in our system. We don't want that many. We have too many of those people in general in our society. We don't want that many. And it deflates your heart when you hear those sort of things. But those conversations occur. I don't know how frequently, I don't know how much, I don't know how sort of embedded it is, but I do know that it is a problem. And if our school system is not working, if our political system is not working, if our societal system is not working for us, then obviously we have to address it, and we have to work with those who are interested in working for a better Toronto, or better GTA, and a better province, and a better Canada, and of course a better world. Because our Blackness is not a condition for weakness. Our Blackness is something that's God-given to us. We need to celebrate it, we need to appreciate it, and we need to respect it. So do others, quite frankly. We need to be at the table where we are providing our inputs and our talent to make the changes to ensure that we can all be better as people. This is the best time in my life that I've seen to be Black. This is where we're not asking for permission, but we're taking the time to highlight the problems and the challenges and the concerns that we have about our conditions. And it doesn't matter whether or not, you live in a nice so-called area, or you not drive a nice car and you can actually afford to go and buy all the things that you need. If one Black person is suffering in the city, we should all recognize that we are all suffering. It's because you are your brothers and sisters' keeper. You are required to ensure that their lives have or is transformed as well. And not just appreciate that you may have been the one or two or three or four that are succeeding. Because unless all of us are succeeding, we're actually doing a disservice to our brothers and sisters. Because you let the economy change, you let certain changes in the pandemic, we've seen what has happened, we've seen the highlights of those things. You too could be that one. And so unless we actually recognize a need for change, and we do, I get that, we have to work and redouble our efforts to bring about the transformation that we need. Because at the end of the day, we want to be part of a system of change, a system that is good for all, including us. And so I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to have worked with you as Chair, and Co-Chair Betty has expressed her thoughts, and thank her for that. And I wish you all well and the staff team. And so thank you. So with that, I would like to move to adjourn the meeting. And just before I do that, I'll ask the clerk if there's anything that I missed. And clerk, you, Mr. Clerk, Jonathan and team, thank you. And again, I want to express my thanks to everyone. I'm not reading out the name of everybody because I'm sure I'll miss someone, but just to appreciate and thank everyone for the amazing work that has been done to this point. We have a lot more work to do. This is not the end, clearly, but look forward to continuing working with you and to bring about the changes that we want. So I wish you all well, and stay safe,
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Jonathan, go ahead, please.
thank you very much for your kind words. We have one more motion to
Okay.
excuse the absentees.
Yep,
from this
that's
meeting.
great.
I will
Okay.
share the on the screen.
Yeah, thank you. And Justice, did you want to read that off?
That the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee excuse the absence of Adam Lake from the May 9th, 2022 meeting of the committee. This motion.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
That's all.
Do you want to do the motion?
Yes.
Approve.
And can I have someone second this motion, please? Thank you, Justine. And this motion carries.
All
Any
in favor?
opposed? Great. Thank you. All in favor? Carries. Wonderful. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is 1:50 on the dot on May 9th. So I would like to move that we adjourn our meeting, and thank you very much, and have you have the rest of the afternoon, and have a great afternoon. Take good care, and we'll stay in touch. Thank you. All the best. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. We're adjourned. Thanks.